All right, we ready to get started? Happy Tuesday, anybody who's hanging out. Let's pop on over here to the game scene, shall we? We are in noir mode, as is appropriate for Night Call. I wish I would have had the noir from the beginning, but it's definitely been an inconsistent feature of the Night Call streams. So, decided to, just hang out and relax after work. Bit of a rocky day, not gonna lie. But, it's okay. Getting through it. So, yeah, sorry if I'm a little bit distracted, but I think as soon as we get into it, I'll just fall right into it. It'll be all right. We'll be good. We can stall for a little bit and see if we can't get maybe one or two more people in here. Usually like to stall a little bit with storytime games. Because, yeah, there's, a few people, I believe, at least, that like to follow the story. It's not like you have to know everything and not call or anything. It has like sort of a major overarching story that isn't told all the time, like you got a bunch of side stuff is what I mean. So we definitely could probably get going and not have to worry about people missing out on the major plot stuff. But I think everybody likes the small stories in this too, because honestly, the little stories you get from each customer are pretty cool. Definitely pretty cool. And it's one thing I really appreciate about this game. What I need to do is keep an eye on the developer for this and see if they come up with anything else, because it could be pretty cool. I feel like this game definitely suits this channel, definitely suits Storytime Tuesdays very well, so if there's ever anything in this same format, I would certainly be interested in playing it for you guys. Let's go ahead and get loaded in. I have stalled for almost 8 minutes now. I guess that includes the starting soon, but go ahead and continue. I think we were just at the end of night 3. That's usually where I end it, because we should have 3 more nights to go, and that should take us at least 2 hours. Got anybody hanging out? Anybody out there? Can you hear me? Oh, and if there is anybody out there, one exciting thing about today is we have channel points back. That's pretty cool, and they all should work. I did test them earlier. I may have missed a few, so don't get too mad if one of them doesn't actually fire. But we'll get it figured out. It'll be good to know which ones I may have missed, but I think they should all work. So that's an exciting thing. Some channel points have turned into loot cards or stream loot cards. So there are some things that used to be channel point items that are now only available in stream loots. So trying to make both these systems work together, because I really like stream loots. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with them. I like the fact that I can give them away. I think that's one of the things that I really like about it, because I can't really like give channel points to people, and it's hard to make them worth the right amount to make them always something that's desirable by any viewer. But I feel like Streamloots cards, as long as somebody's a part of the Streamloots system, they can get value in that. And really, to be a part of the Streamloots system is just logging into the website and using your Twitch account. So, should be pretty easy to do. It'd be nice if they had a browser overlay or something, though, to make it easier for people to use them, in some way for mobile users to use them, because I gotta imagine that's a nightmare to try to use them on mobile. I mean, I guess if you pip the stream video in the corner and then you went onto the website with the rest of your screen, I mean, but then the stream's really small, but I don't know, maybe you can flip through real quick, I guess. There's a bit of a delay, right? So yeah, I don't know. All right, we're officially over 10 minutes in. We're gonna go ahead and get the story started, and we'll get some friends to join us. But if not, it's cool too. Not a big deal. We're gonna have fun either way, and we're gonna find out who done it either way. All right, back into my reading voice. Let me get my voice filters on over here. I think I was trying a new thing where the narrator had different voice or something. What was I doing for the narrator? I guess I could do like the inner voice for the narrator. That could be a good one. Yeah, I'll try that. But I'm not going to do it for everything the narrator says. You know, I don't know. That might be too much because the narrator says a lot of stuff, and if I'm off and on with it, it's probably not a good idea. So we'll just we'll just not do that. Put a pin in that. That's all right. Yeah, okay. Anyways, here we go. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door, then move away. It's time to get moving on your investigation. All right. I feel like we had already scanned this last time. That's okay. Messages saved like right as I walked into the room. There wasn't much there, and I don't think it's Chris. I really don't think it's Chris. Who did we think it was? Do we have a... It's Alex, right? Or Alexander? Wasn't he like super sus? Chris seen your crime scene 3 days before, but that's just one crime scene, right? There's multiple crime scenes. Victim surprised by injection. Oh yeah, because he's also a combat medic, right? Or he was. Also, Grandson helps us trying to. She never pressed charges. So he's a retired mailman, but I thought like in the war wasn't he a combat medic? He died in the Albatross fire. Albatross fire is a criminal act. Don't know why that's a clue. Of course it's a criminal act if it was arson. Chris probably seen near crime scene 1. This one is for Anita. Victim 2 received money to shut up about Albatross. Victim 1 equal burn marks on the body done while alive. And this almost seems like it's something that Alexander would do. Because he's, I mean, we assume he's getting like revenge for his grandson, right? Because he died in the fire, and he like goes to see his grandson all the time. He's like very distraught about it, so it seems like it would be a driving factor for this guy. He lost a medical license back in the 50s. See, okay, he had a medical license. That's what I was remembering then. So that to me says he would know to use the injection. See, victim surprised by injection. He would be more likely to use an injection because he was a doctor. Death by injection of muscle relaxant leading to asphyxia. See, that seems like something a doctor would know to do, which seems like a really bad idea if you're a doctor to be a killer and do that. Like, that's, come on, dude. Muscle relaxant equals pancuronium bromide. Okay. Doesn't really say much for me. Oh, a doctor in the French army. Okay, so I was right about that as well. But then he lost his license. There's so much shit right in front of Alexander. I'm trying to get some of this. See, why did they put Chris's stuff there? Chris was an escort person. Secret Escort 75 website. I don't know why that makes them suspicious. Being an escort makes you a killer all of a sudden? What's up with that? Sex workers are not criminals. Victim 1's usual MO similar to Albatross fire. Albatross fire. Which, I don't know, that's not really necessarily an Alexander-centric thing, but I can see how I can put that in his column, but his column is a friggin' full, dude. Let's see, victim 1 thought to be suicide at first. Victim 1 was an arsonist, right? Yeah, that's basically the same thing as that. Alexander lost his medical license. Doctor, army. Victim 1 fired from Groupe Demont years before Albatross. That connects to those two. I'll have to keep it as low as it can go. Victim 1 worked for Groupe Demont in the past. That's the same clue as that. That he was fired. That implies that he worked there. Come on. Freaking filling up my clue board. All these redundant ass clues. We got victim 3 received death threats. Okay, I don't know really what that tells me. I guess would Alexander give death threats? Well, just because he received death threats doesn't mean that the killer was the one that threatened you. I mean, in this day and age, people throw around death threats way too easily. So, let's see. Victim 4 equaled banknotes stuffed in throat. And it seems pretty symbolic of something. Well, yeah, I got that one. Chrissy, your crime scene 2 months before. So 3 days before and 2 months before. I don't know that that really says much. What's a cell phone data? We got a cell phone data? We can't even track him at the time of the murder? Where was he at? What's his alibi? How about we do that? Let's clear Christopher or Christoph, Alexander, whoever else. Group Demont is shady. Oh, okay, well that's a good clue. That's a real good one. They're so shady, dude. Geraldine lost her company to Group Demont. That's the only clue on her? Well, I mean, she had a couple shared clues, but shared clues aren't really that big of a deal. Let's see. Camille, heir to the victim for his fortune. So the victim was a rich person. They had money stuffed in their mouth. See, a little symbolic there. Victim 4 changed will 2 days before death, so that is a motive. Albatross fire equal push victim 4 to sell shares. Don't know what that does. I don't know how long ago the Albatross fire was, but if they changed their death, did they change their will because of the Albatross fire? Because they had to sell shares, so they had to change their will because they didn't have as much wealth as they thought they had in the will? And then that maybe could have made Camille mad and she would have killed her. I don't think it's Camille. I met her. She doesn't really seem like she'd do that. You know what I'm saying? Let's ponder this for a second. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Had a little too much to drink earlier. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. We're good. Check something real quick. Yeah, looks like we're good there. Okay, cool. You know, something to drink. Okay, looks like we got a few extra clues over here. What do we got? We need to organize Anita's clues. Anita's husband, dentist with access to muscle relaxant. Victim 1 used to work with mafia. Okay. See, this is definitely a clue right here. Because that, I mean, I don't know, just the motive isn't quite there, not as much as Alexander. Okay, let's see. Victim 2 received money to shut up Albatross. Already read that earlier. Weapon used on you equals a World War II gun. Which French army right there. See, that's some damning evidence against this guy. You know what I mean? Cheers found on killer, maybe on victim 3, maybe killer, indicates that the motive was something that brings him sorrow. Thinking that's Alexander. Newspaper in mouth post-mortem. See, I don't... Symbolic, probably. Group Demont plan on selling land. I don't see what that is. That supposed to be motive or something? Victim 4's will blocking inheritance in case of murder. So it gives less motive for Camille to have committed it if they have. They're blocking inheritance in case of murder. Unless you didn't know, but I don't know. That's a little too nuanced of a point. I'm not sure. All right, let's see. Tears found on victim 2, maybe killer. We got 2 of those for victim 3, 2 and 3. So maybe it means that they didn't necessarily think they needed to die or something. Victim 2 was strangled post-mortem, and they were the reporter or something. Oh no, it goes, okay. It goes burn, strangle, newspaper in mouth, money in mouth. So it seems like they all mean something, right? And this is just more shit on Alexander. He has me death by injection. These are all kind of the same thing. Surprised by injection, what the injection was, and all that. Okay, looks like we're organized now. All right, I think we are ready to end the night. Go on to night 4. The phone rings and you jump. You're not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. You must be Busted. Pick it up. You pick up. Busted sounds irritated. You there? Yeah. Listen, it's... She pauses. You suddenly hear a ruckus in the background. Probably noise at the station. Busted raises her voice. Anyone got the time? Hey, guys, anyone? Fuck, they're all Neanderthals here. Listen, it's early and I'm wiped out. So are you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? In a calm and methodical voice, you start giving her the evidence you collected. You start with the first suspect, their connection to the victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. A few minutes in, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all, seriously. You should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for you. We checked the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspects she's referring to. So, it's gotta be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you, pal. Okay, enough chit-chat. I gotta run. And I'll call you in 3 days, okay? Understood. Good. Good, dog. Call you in 3 days, and you better have what I need to make a proper arrest. The DA has fangs. I'm pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on for a while. Her voice becomes softer, but just as sarcastic. That would explain his terrible breath. Okay, I'm out. She hangs up. You hold the handset to your ear for a while. You have just one thing in mind: sleeping and forgetting it all. Okay, she has the alibi. There you go. It's always like the one that we definitely don't think it is already, you know what I mean? But I mean, it is a little bit nice to get the clarification or whatever. Like, yes, you're right, she's definitely not it. But last time, I think the last 2 times it was Harvey that they like cleared, and it was just like, okay, I already knew that. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Alright, well, before we get into it, I'm curious here. For some reason, OBS is telling me I've only been live for 1 minute. Is my stream not up? I'm hoping it's just malfunctioning. I mean, I got a notification that I'm live. Everyone viewer, here it is right here. Okay, yeah, there it is. Oh, shit, there's an ad. Get out of your ad! Okay, I am live. I don't know why this timer got froze, though. It's one of the Twitch stat ones. Guess I'll hide it just so I don't end up looking at it. There we go. Alright. Hope people come hang out, man. It's the last night of Night Call. I'm sure in an hour everybody will pile in. Or actually maybe even just 30, 40 minutes. Usually around 7, I think a lot of people pop in. Fragments of a dream are still lingering. A strange animal, half deer, half seahorse, just trying to kiss you on the mouth. You get up quickly and forget all that. And a few minutes later, you're outside your studio. Well, we got 2 clues, so we can get some clues today, so that's good. I don't see any suspects available to pick up. So let's head to our first clue of the night. These might be the only clues left. Oh, it looks like there's one up here too. Well, I don't know. I think it's showing, yeah, dark influences. Not dark. You're driving along when a strange burnt smell suddenly fills the cab. You look around. Sniff. Is it coming from outside? Let's park. As soon as you see a free spot, you pull over and park. You freeze. Something or someone is in your taxi. A woman's voice resonates around the cab. Let me see, what kind of voice should I use for this? I mean, it's got like the radio knob thing, so I'll use the radio voice maybe? Or how about a muffled voice?
I can't. I need a better signal.
Oh, that's just right there, okay. I'm here. I'm here. You turn around slowly. The young woman has appeared behind you. Don't shout. I'm afraid I'll lose the connection. I don't have much time. There's something strange about her face. Oh, there's something strange about her face. It's as if she is several different people at once. Listen to me carefully. I feel like she should have a weird voice. So maybe instead of muffled, I'll do a radio voice because she's like coming in through the radio kind of thing, like this weird connection thing. Listen to me carefully. I come from the future, and you must know that you met. She stops moving, like a computer glitch. She stays this way, still, frozen, then suddenly starts moving again. We're good. I think it's all taken care of. She smiles at you. Thanks for the information. I really wish I could explain everything to you more clearly, and... She starts flickering and disappears for a second. No! No! There's still something that... Cellular... connection. She disappears for good. A few seconds go by. All appears to have returned to normal. Keep driving. Sorry. 40 seconds ago. Her voice is coming from the radio. Your passenger's, if that's the correct term, voice is broken by the odd rumbling noise. Like someone else is speaking at the same time. I can turn off the radio. Turn up the volume, let's get weird. You can make out the young woman's voice. She's giving what seems to be a well-rehearsed speech. The virus appeared on September 18th of 2049. Remember that date. 2049, September 18th. Her voice disappears entirely. Instead, you hear what seems to be a liturgical chant in an Asian language on the same frequency. For a higher station, look for a lower station. I'll look for a higher one, I guess? I don't know. Let's try that. You look for another station and stop when you hear the young woman's voice. From that point on, we lost half the population every semester. Just imagine, millions dead, mountains of corpses. I was 20 at the time, in college. We were fighting to defend robot rights. It all seems pointless now. I lost everyone I knew. Everyone. I had a twin sister. She died almost instantly. The virus attacks randomly, rather than permanent damage. The voice cuts off abruptly. The liturgical chant starts up again. You're able to determine the language. Vietnamese. Should I keep looking for a higher station? You find a station on which you can make out your passenger's voice. You have to imagine a climate of civil war, death everywhere, the virus mutating. There were mass suicides and the rise of fascism and religious extremism. We've been trying for years to set the record straight about the virus. Science can solve this crisis. Science alone can. Your voice is drowned out by an avalanche of applause. You hear a new voice, deep, powerful. It's in English. American, from what you can tell from the accent. Should I leave it on this time? Because I don't know if this is still part of the same broadcast or not, but I'll leave it on this time.
Traveling back. If we create it, we can destroy it. I need information. I need passengers. Reassure you, none of this, anything more control to the past. Risk.
Your voice is suddenly clearer than ever.
I hope you understand. It's crucial for us that you... One moment. Yes!
The strange young woman appears all of a sudden in the back seat again.
Ah! Sorry about all the comings and goings. Our technology is not at 100% yet.
The teeniest of smiles crosses her face. It's almost invisible.
Anyway, I hope you got the point. Especially since we have to remain in hiding for the time being.
She stops talking for a second. Her face flickers.
They're after us. There's not really any other way to put it. As I was saying, the extremists are trying to...
She vanishes out of the blue. The ether smell vanishes. The radio turns off. You pull over as soon as you see a free spot. You remain still for a while. She doesn't seem to be coming back. You shake your head, disrupted by the strange visitor, and you get back to work. Oh, she sent me all the way up here. What is up with that? Damn. No, let me do something. So a little midstream troubleshooter. Real fast. Just want to refresh something. Okay, that looks like it is valid. We're good. Okie dokie. Back down to get the... We need a lot more gas this time, but I guess we'll go back down to get that clue. Why would you do that? Oh, let me see. Any suspects, though? Gotta take advantage of any suspects making themselves seen and available. Here we go. It's a slow night tonight. Maybe everybody's busy this Tuesday. Right, here we go. You get out of your taxi, cross the street, and walk over to the hospital. It's a small, drab building with gray shutters. A client of yours works here. You ask about her at the reception desk and are given a floor and a room number. You climb the stairs. You smell the disinfectant is overpowering. Or the smell of disinfectant is overpowering. Gosh. 10 years before, someone had come up with an unfortunate color scheme. Putrid lilac, sickly orange, and muddy red. You push open door 451 and see Xena sitting on a bed, her face aglow in the light of a cell phone. Oh, it's you. I was wondering when you were going to stop by. She stands up. Is this a good time for you? Are you on break? Thanks for letting me stop by. I'm gonna say thanks for letting me stop by, yes. I'm happy to. She means it. I don't have that much time. A few weeks earlier, you'd been out there for... You'd been there... Oh, sorry. Let me start that over. A few weeks earlier, you'd been there for Gina. A few words exchanged during a taxi ride. That's all. But she'd contacted you afterwards to say thanks. You met up for coffee and then settled into a routine. Text messages sent every week or so to see how the other was holding up. Her schedule as a doctor meant she worked nights, too. But you never told her about the attack. About the Sandman. You're busted. So, you want to know about pancuronium? You nod yes and follow her down the hallway to a small medical dispensary. You can hear the gurgle of a coffee maker. Coffee? Sure, thanks. She pours some coffee into a flimsy paper cup, the smell momentarily blotting out the disturbing stench of the hospital. She pours some coffee into the old cracked mug and leans up against the medicine cabinet. It's pretty slow tonight. Haven't been. What is a practice for? I'm gonna go straight to the point. What is it used for? But first, I need to know if... Is it related to the Sandman? She goes on before you can answer. You know I'm not an idiot, right? I know how to connect the dots. Tell the truth, lie, I can't talk about it. I don't know, I can't talk about it. It might be a little bit too shady. I think telling her the truth wouldn't be that big of a deal. So I'm gonna go with that. Yes, it is. You update her on the situation, presenting a broad picture. She nods, giving you a smile when you finish. Pancuronium is a courier, a poison, if you'd rather. When turned into pancuronium bromide, it's a muscle relaxant. It used to be used as a general anesthetic. Used to be? Yes, it's a very cheap anesthetic, but extremely powerful. Too powerful, in fact. Surgical inventions nowadays are much faster and more logical. Or surgical interventions. But it's still used in the United States, on death row. She pronounces the last two words with an almost imperceptible shudder. She finishes her coffee. A lot of anti-death penalty NGOs are fighting to have it banned. Pancuronium is lethal, but it isn't a painkiller. Patients apparently still feel the pain until they pass out. Oh, and one more thing. She seemed uncomfortable. There was a break-in a few months ago. Some pancuronium was stolen. It's not the kind of thing that usually goes missing. It was the same night the building caught fire. The hospital was swamped. Most of the victims were sent here. Interesting. It was the same night the building caught fire. Okay, because that's interesting, because that changes a little bit about the whole Alexander thing. But I don't know who else that would, like, indicate, but because if he's doing it in response to the fire having happened, why would he be there breaking in to steal it? The same day as the fire. It was the same night the building caught fire. The hospital was swamped. Most of the victims were sent here. That's a piece of information, I feel like. But I don't know who it implicates. But I feel like it de-escalates my suspicion for Alexander. Just slightly, though, because there's so much other stuff for him. Like, motive is, like, huge for that guy. So, I don't know. We'll just have to keep going here. Anywhere to find out the names of the victims? Thanks for helping. I'm gonna ask about the names of the victims. I don't think she's gonna say yes because of I don't remember what that's called, but it's like health information that you're not allowed to give out. Yeah, she gapes at you, dumbfounded. Amazed you would even ask. That's impossible. It's confidential. Of course it is. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. I figured that's what would happen. But I didn't think there was any other information I could get, so I was like, oh, I'll try it. Fuck it. Tonight, it was my turn. No problem. You take a last gulp of coffee to hide your disappointment. The coffee is actually quite good here, isn't it? She breaks into a broad grin. You're touched. There's something about her youth, about the light in her eyes. You smile back. Yes, it definitely is. A few minutes later, you're back in your cab. Luckily, the smell of the hospital has vanished, canceled out by the cold. You turn the key in the ignition. Gina's parting words echo through your brain to the hum of the engine. Be careful. Don't forget, you're not a cop. You're relieved you told her the truth. Relieved and glad you shared it with her. You drive away. So that was a good clue. I think that's definitely going to be irrelevant. All right. Let's just go ahead and head on to the clue, I guess. I don't see any other suspects. You know, while we are still pretty empty here in the viewer count here, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Uh-oh, my stream just went red here on OBS. What's up with that? Just went to 0. Could that be part of what's happening? No, now it's just shot back up. Uh-oh, is it doing that weird thing it used to do? Looks like it's stabilizing. Okay, looks like it's good. Maybe I just looked at the right moment. I'll be right back. How is it going? I'm back. Obviously drink a lot of liquids. A couple hours. On to the next clue. Alright, let's see where we end up this time. Escort 75. Oh, this would be a following up on Christophe, I guess, because didn't he work here? The headquarters of Secret Escort Paris is a rather rustic-looking affair wedged between two buildings. 2 stories, wooden shutters, dead flowers and window boxes, no doubt zapped by the cold. There's a light on downstairs. You're not exactly sure what the plan is. Maybe a banknote or 2 will get you some answers. Climb out of the cab. You enter the building through the door opening directly onto an office. That's probably what the whole house is like. Rooms converted into meeting rooms and archives. But it's the temperature that really surprises you. It's practically colder inside than out. Can I help you? A young woman wearing a parka, boots, and mittens enters the room. She gives you a thorough looking over, then visibly brightens. Ah, at last! The heating man! Tell me you're here to fix the heat. Here for the heat. To do what? No, I'm not. Huh, okay, so this could be an opportunity, right? So, I'm here for the heat. To do what? I mean, either of these are gonna probably end the encounter too soon, so I guess I'll lie and say I'm here for the heat. He places the file he's holding on the desk, then walks over to you. Oh, the Cammy's a guy? My bad. I was giving it a woman's voice. I'm happy to see you, man. We must have called your boss 50 times. Keeps saying it's Christmas. The young man breaks into a long, drawn-out story about the heat breaking down. You listen without a word. He grabs hold of your arm and leads you through the various rooms to a storage area where there are archive boxes and an old hot water heater. Your boss is such a cheapskate. I've had it. I really have. His mellow voice suddenly seems muffled by the heaps of cardboard boxes and files stacked everywhere. If it's muffled, I get the voice for that.
Do you think you'll be able to fix it?
I have to look first. Yeah, probably. Actually, there's been some kind of mistake. I'll say I'll have to look first. Good. Yep. he's still muffled, didn't he?
I'll let you take a look. The door's open as usual. People come and go here as they please.
He laughs, then lets go of your arm at last. He takes a small step backward, his eyes glued to you. I'm next door if you need anything. Feel free to ask. You give him a nod as he exits the room, then turn your attention to the boiler. Judging by the young man's attitude, he'll probably leave you alone a while, but you don't want to overstay your welcome. There's no telling when he'll return. Better take a look at the hot water heater first. I'm just not having time to look around. And risk not having time? Why don't I look around? Look through the archives, check the boiler. I should look through the archives, right? Like, this is where the clues are at, right? There we go. You look over at the archives. 3 stacks of plain cardboard boxes. You need to get your hands on a list of customers or their preferences. Go through the boxes on your left, the box on the right, boxes near the boiler. That seems like the safest spot, because in case he comes back. The boxes under the boiler are wet and moldy. Brown pulp sticks to your fingers when you start plowing through them. You immediately realize you've hit the jackpot. Lists, databases, printouts with names crossed out and highlighted. One of them seems to be a list of secret escort clients. Take the list, get that data. You slip the list into your back pocket, hoping it doesn't show too much, then stand up. You're done with the pile near the water heater. If I've got what I want, then I don't really need to keep going, but the only option is to keep going. Let's go on the right. The boxes on the right are more recent. They contain brochures and catalogs for dildos, whips, handcuffs, sex toys. Box full after box full of the stuff, nothing else. You stand up and the stack to the right has... That's weird to wait place to end that sentence. Okay, we'll go through the ones on the left. You run your fingers lightly over the boxes to the left. They are old, damp, and moldy. Inside, invoices and estimates, pay slips from the 90s. The name on one of the receipts catches your eye. Take the receipt. You grab the receipt and slip it into your back pocket. Stand up, done with the cartons on the left. How do I stop doing this? I just do it until I get caught? Let's go for the ones near the boiler again. I got the jackpot there before. Return to the boxes near the water heater. You reckon you found everything worth taking. You stand up. So do I keep going through the ones on the left? You've already checked the pile, but a second look never hurts. The same old invoices. Clearly there's nothing of interest in the stack to the left. Excuse me? You hear the young man's voice. It's time to grab your phone. When he enters the room, you look up in mock surprise. Oh, sorry. Have you figured out what the problem is? I'm not sure yet. Damn, it's too bad. I'm getting sick and tired of all the cold. You can hear a phone ringing in another room somewhere. The young man lowers his gaze and sighs. You see a bunch of small tattoos on his neck, stylized stars that make up a comet. I'll be right back. That gives you a few more minutes to look around. As soon as he's gone, you'll get back to business. So I can't stop looking through them, but I've already looked all the way through them. You keep saying there's nothing left. I guess the ones on the right again, even though they're just brochures, it said? I'll try it one more time. I didn't get something there, so you're convinced there's something in the box. Yet you rifle through it one more time. You come up with nothing. The pile on the right was a waste of time. So what am I supposed to do? Go on the left one again? You already checked the pile, but a second look never. This is the third look, dude. Same old invoices, there's nothing in the stack. The young man hands it up and walks back over to you. You need to get out before something goes wrong. Well, then give him the opportunity as soon as he enters the room. I'm gonna go get my tools. I'm afraid it's a little more complicated than I thought. What do you mean by complicated? The water heater coil, a leak, the whole system needs to be replaced. I'm gonna say the water heater coil. Oh shit, no wonder we're freezing to death. Right. Sweat droplets are forming on your back, despite the Arctic temperature. You exit the room and walk towards the front door. The young man calls up behind you. Hey! You turn around, your cheeks burning. Do you drink coffee? Yes. I'll make you one. There's one thing still working around here, at least. Thanks. You exit the building. A moment later, you're back in the cab. You turn the key in the ignition and let the engine idle, waiting for the heat to warm you. You pull out the list and give it a quick going over. A few familiar names jump out at you. You place the document in the glove compartment. You'll go over it more carefully tonight. Hey, what's up, Stella? Happy Tuesday. Thanks for coming to hang out. I think you're the first person to arrive today. So welcome. And I'm glad you're here. We haven't missed too much, but we have gotten some clues, so that's for sure. Oh, hey, Lemur's here as well. What's up, dude? How you doing? Have you been the one viewer I've had this whole time, Lemur? I'm in here too. Okay. Because it has said one viewer the whole time, but I couldn't tell. It's hard to tell sometimes. Twitch is real bad about that. But yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we got channel points back. If you guys ever want to use those channel points.
Nice.
Oh, thank you so much. So that's 8 months. Tier 1. And we're back at it again already. Oh, hey, what's up, Ann? Everybody's piling in there. How's it going? So have you guys gotten to see what's happened, or should I give you guys a little catch up on? We just got 2 sets of clues. So one of them was that the last clue was very interesting. It said when I joined you, but I've been here for about 5 minutes probably. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right on. Yeah, the viewer count for Twitch is really weird. The Glimish one was like instant, and maybe that has partially to do with how their viewing works. But yeah, the viewer count here, it seems to be real slow. So I just tend not to worry about it too much. But I'm really glad you guys are here. But yeah, I'll give you guys a little bit of a rundown of what we've done so far today. The first clue we went to a well, actually, first off, yeah, there you go. There's a channel point items.
Nice.
The good stuff might be good. Okay, you got it. I will definitely give you guys that. Thank you so much for subscribing, Lemur. For that's 9 months now, dude. Awesome. I'm glad that it like picks up where we left off. Oh, I need to update the subscriber icon. It's just the default one. We can get that fixed tonight. That'll be fine. Okay, so recap of the good stuff. Here we go. So one really interesting thing that happened is I was going to go to the first clue, and halfway there, all of a sudden there was this person in my back seat, like just all like randomly, and it wasn't me this time. You know how we have like the evil me that pops up? This time it was just some girl, and she was like coming in and out like she was using a radio, and apparently she's from the future, from like 2049 or something, which she mentions 2049, so she might be past that. So she's like flickering in and out and talking. You can only get like pieces of what she's saying, and then like her voice is on the radio and you're hearing like a speech that she had given at some point, and we keep having to switch the radio stations to chase it to hear what she's saying. And apparently, like, so she talks about how a virus came in 2049 or something like that, and at the time she was in college and she was fighting for robot rights, but she said that feels pointless looking back now, and that there was the virus. She said something about how the virus targets people, so it seems like an intelligent, like maybe nanobot virus type of thing. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all the details. So yeah, it seems to be like because they're like there's like a resistance or something. It sounds a little bit like why is it escaping me? Terminator. It sounds a little bit like Skynet and Terminator. A little bit. So yeah, there's that. And what did she end with? So they're fighting it, and they have to hide out because if they know their identities, I guess they can kill them with this virus or something. It sounds actually like Fox Die, which is from Metal Gear Solid, which is it's a really cool concept, and I'm a big Metal Gear Solid fan, so I appreciate that sort of like connection there. So but yeah, it's just like some virus that can target individuals and they can kill them like instantly with it, I guess. But yeah, then she ended up like kind of flickering out, and so she was telling us that it's important that we know this information because there's something that we can do or something. And she said something about passengers, and then but she was cutting in and out when she was actually trying to give us a directive, so that part is very ambiguous. We really just got the speech and kind of figured out the whole virus thing. So that's the first thing that happened tonight. Then we finally went and got to the clue area, which was at the hospital. We have a friend that's a doctor, I guess, that we talked to, and we were asking her about the drug that's been used on the victims. The victims have been they were killed by asphyxiation using a muscle relaxant. It's the same one that they use on death row in America, I guess, that was mentioned in here. And so that was like a huge connection to the only person in the suspect list that was a medical doctor that lost their license, and that was Alexander, who had the son that died in the fire, the Albatross fire. Okay, so that seems like it's just a stronger connection for Alex, but hold on, wait, there's more. There's one piece of information that we found out that was pretty crazy, and what it was that there was a bunch of this specific drug that's used to kill these people that was stolen the same night as the Albatross fire. And so whoever stole that muscle relaxant, it sounds like the game is trying to implicate this person as a killer. But okay, so for Alexander, he's the person I'm thinking is doing it, because he used to be in the military he was a medical unit in the military, and then he was a doctor but lost his license in the 50s, and then he's a retired mailman now. His son died in the Albatross fire, and so then these people started dying, like the supposed arsonist died from this Sandman killer, and then like a news person died, and a rich person's died, and then one other person's died. I don't remember what significance they were, but I was thinking it was going to be Alexander. But since the drugs were stolen the same night as the fire that's supposed to give Alexander motive, I don't know. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Like, since the drugs that are supposedly used, the same drug that's supposedly used to kill these people, was stolen the same night the fire happened, the fire that killed Alexander's grandson, that seems to be his motive. I don't know, it puts his motive in question, you know? Like, is it somebody else that has stolen this? And who would steal it? I don't know. It just makes it seem like that could be a pretty damning evidence for someone else. But I will say, there's one other thing about Alexander that makes him very suspicious, and it's that I was shot, me as in the character in the game, the person I'm playing was shot with a World War II pistol. So that sounds like Alexander, because he was in the French army. So that's pretty damning evidence. It's just the weird thing with this, someone stole that drug. But maybe that's a coincidence. Maybe someone stole the drug and this guy knows how to get it because he used to be a doctor, or maybe he stole it because he was a doctor. I don't know. We need more data. So anyways, that was the second thing that we did. Man, sorry, I feel like I'm taking a super long time, but I'm hoping that it's making sense and that you guys are on the same page with me. So then we're here. This is the second place for clues, and it might be the last clue that we get tonight that's not like a passenger. And we're here at Escort 75. So we have a suspect who has been a male escort. He's that young boy, Christoph. He's not like super young. He's like a 20-year-old or something. And so I think that's why we're here at Escort 75. We went in there, we kind of said that we were the heating guy because their heat's out. And so we were under that guise. We went in there, looked through some documents, got a list of clients, which was a piece of data or evidence, and then we had a receipt that had a name that we recognized on there. It didn't tell me any of the specifics of who we saw on those lists yet. I assume we're gonna have to wait until we get back into the apartment to see that. But yeah, that's basically all we saw here, was just those bits of data, and we don't know exactly what they imply yet. So I assume those will be on the board. Anyways, night call, getting crazy. Yep, what a plot. Absolutely. It's a pretty cool game. I really like it. And we're already like, what, an hour into the stream, and I've done 3 things in the game. I haven't even gotten through the first night. But all right, now hopefully you guys have been caught up and we can continue forth. All right, you place the document in the glove compartment. You'll go over it more carefully tonight. You take a look at the other document, then give it a slow nod. The name you thought you'd recognized, it isn't one of your suspects. You crumple the sheet of paper into a ball and toss it out the window. You hope the other list will provide a lead. Fuck. You can't help smiling. It must be the adrenaline, the fear. You give your head a shake, like a dog coming out of a mucky river. Then start your cab. The night's still young. Yes, it is. Thanks again for subscribing, guys. I really appreciate that. You know all the money's gonna go towards making the stream even better. Let's see. Any suspects? Okay, no suspects and no data, so now we get to do a little side story. I guess maybe I wish I would have left this. I don't know. Maybe the side stories are cooler to watch. Maybe it's good that I did the story-based stuff first. I was just kind of regretting that a second ago. Maybe I should have waited on those clues. Let's see, who should we pick up? Have we picked up any of these people before? I've been trying to pick up the same people so we can get some good stories, like get through people's stories. But I don't really recognize anybody from this run, so maybe we'll just go for her. I don't think we picked her up before. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're totally right, Stella. This community does enjoy helping, and I love that about you guys. You got such a nice little group here. It seems like everybody that comes and stays to hang out has been, you know, an awesome community member too. So I think we got a good thing going. All right, we're going Pierre, I don't know, Pre, but it's got the accent. Saint Gervais, right behind La Villette. People exiting a downtown theater. 2 passengers climb into your cab. They look a lot like, no doubt, a mother and son. Their faces have the same sweet expression. Their eyes, too. They say hello to you. The mother gives you an address and you start the cab. You look into the rearview mirror. Something seems to be bothering them. Oh, you know, sorry to break up this moment real quick, but I wanted to ask you guys a question. Do you guys, did your guys' channel points start over, or they give you all the points that you had back? Is that how that worked? I was just curious. Because for me, since I'm the channel owner, I have an infinite, so. Kind of MIA. Was there a community night I missed? No, there wasn't a community night you missed. No, you're good there. Not yet. I think this last community night, it was gonna be the same day after I got my vaccine, my 2nd dose. So I think I just kind of nixed that one. 67. Okay, so they did start over then. That's definitely what that means. Okay, no problem. And yeah, and with the channel point items while we're talking about it, a few of them I did take off of there because they're now cards. So like the big one that I'm sure some people will notice is the party time one. That one is now only a card, so it is a common card, I'm pretty sure, as far as rarity goes. So definitely get you some Streamloots cards, and if you want some, I'll give you packs of free cards. Don't have to pay. Just let me know. But yeah, there's been a couple of things that are now cards, because I kind of want to keep both of those things, because I like that I can give cards away as like incentive and all this stuff. No, 67K. Oh, okay, so you did get them all back then, right? Because you should have been that, like that, right? So that's cool. Cool. It's nice to know that they kind of keep all that stuff. They just put it on pause for me, yeah? It's actually pretty easy to onboard again, so if I ever need to offboard affiliate and then onboard again in the future, I mean, I'm gonna try not to do that to you guys unless it's absolutely the right call in this time, but it's nice to know that it's easy. I guess that's all I'm getting at. All right, anyway, sorry, back to the game. So we have a mother and son, and they've said hi to me. They're very nice. You look in the rearview mirror, see something seems to be bothering them. Okay, so let's break the ice. What did you see? She looks at her son, wondering if she should answer. An opera. A very beautiful opera. My son's favorite. He doesn't dare to look up. He's already a huge opera fan at his age. She gives you a faint smile, as if to say, conversation over. You say nothing and focus on the road. It's not very late. There are still a lot of cars out. Traffic is slow. A few minutes later, she starts speaking to her son, her voice quiet, apologetic. I've been thinking about what you said, and I want you to know, I love you. I didn't know what to say in there. I was surprised. I'd suspected, but we can talk about it later if you want. Do you want to talk to your father? A pause. You cast a glance into the rearview mirror, but you are concentrating on the road. No. Or Sylvian, is that the boy's name now? No, not right away. Another pause. I'm worried he'll take it badly. She jumps in almost immediately. I didn't take it badly, you know. I know, Mom. I know. She glances at you. Smile or do nothing? Smile? I guess. As if she had given her the go-ahead, the mother nods. You know, I'm proud of you. Really. He sighs. Mom, there's nothing to be proud of. Yes, there is. I'm proud of you. I'm sure you're going to turn out to be a beautiful person. He sighs again. Mom, what are you talking about? It makes no sense. Being... He practically spits out the word. Gay doesn't make you a nice person. It doesn't make you a beautiful or intelligent or anything at all. But it does make you honest. No, not even that. It has nothing to do with honesty. It's like saying being blonde means you're honest. You know, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry you don't want to understand me. I'm just trying to tell you I'm happy that you... She nods her head and starts over. I only hope you don't regret talking to me about it. He rolls his eyes. He's getting impatient. Of course I don't. Why would I regret it? I'm just a little nervous, that's all. I think I didn't know what to expect. Is that why you don't want to talk to your father about it? I don't want to talk to Dad because he isn't going to understand. I wanted him to come to the opera tonight. He preferred to stay home. She lets out a short laugh. It's not really his cup of tea, you know. He's not at all amused. Well, I would have liked him to come anyhow. He never makes an effort. For me, or for you for that matter. That's enough. I've already told you, you're too hard on your father. The teenager withdraws. He works hard. He doesn't have a whole lot of free time. He spends all of his free time playing tennis. He needs to relax. His work is very stressful. He's short-tempered and preoccupied, but he doesn't mean any harm. A pause. He has no problem with homosexuals, you know. The teenager can't help saying through clenched teeth. Would hope so. The mother is reluctant to talk. The glistening in her eyes is hard to make out. Sometimes you forget we aren't from the same generation. We grew up in another era. Your father grew up in a house. He finishes the sentence for her. I know, without a TV, without a radio, and without internet, right? It's a conversation they've had before. Both passengers sigh. The cab is nearing their address. I can talk to him if you want. No, absolutely not. I'll talk to him myself when I feel like talking to him. Fine. But I just want you to know, I'm there for you if you need me. I know. She stares at him for a second or two, without speaking. Come on, cut it out. It's embarrassing. I'm happy, that's all. I want to remember tonight. I saw you during the opera. You never even looked at the stage. Of course I didn't. You seemed so happy. I was relieved. I know it's going to make you mad, but I'm so proud of you. The adolescent sighs. You pull up to the modern building. The teenager gets out immediately. The mother pays for the ride, then says softly, Sorry, it was a little complicated tonight. You have every reason to be proud, no problem, say nothing. I mean, I feel like her being proud is not really that big of a deal. It is a sort of like a generation thing, right? Because he's looking at it one way and she's looking at it another way. Because I think she thinks that he's brave and stuff because that's how she would view it. But he thinks that that's making it something that it's not. Because, like, you know, like what he said is it doesn't make me honest. It doesn't make me good. It's just part of who I am. And you just need to be able to accept that and not tie all this other stuff to it, you know? It feels probably like added pressure to a teenager, right? But since I'm talking to the mom, and I think it's a positive thing for her to at least be proud, even if it is sort of like misguided in the teen's eyes, I'm gonna go ahead and say you have every reason to be proud. Thank you. The truth is, I didn't know how to react. I was worried I'd say something stupid, hurt his feelings. He's still a child. She stops short. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm telling you all this. The teenager knocks on the door. Are you... No.
Are you coming or what?
She glances over at you, then adds quietly, Thank you. The mother gets out of the cabin in turn. Her son is waiting for her by the door to the building. I think you have the keys, right? Just a minute, hold on. They disappear into the lobby. You drive away. There you go. That's cool. It's a fun little story, right? Let's see, any suspects? Nope. Come on, game, I need more clues. Especially after you hit me with that crazy clue earlier about that stuff being stolen the same night as the Albatross fire. That definitely threw a wrench in my line of thinking. But I'm just gonna have to, you know, wait, see what all the data is, make a decision once I have all of the data. All right, let's see. Have we picked up this guy? Not being able to see everyone's face. I think we picked up this guy before, so let's just try to continue his story, maybe. Let's try that. Did the cat ever come back? No, unfortunately it didn't. That'd be cool if it did, or at least even the storyline, because that little girl, you know, she lost her cat. So, yeah, I don't know. What was the last thing that we had said to that little girl? I think we were trying to help her, like, get over the fact that the cat was gone because she was definitely, like, too attached to the cat. But it'd be cool to see the cat again. Like, if the cat decided to come back and give her another chance after we had talked to her about it. That'd be kind of cool. Definitely a strange situation, no matter how you look at it. The passenger who settles into the back seat could be a male model. Like the crazy lady with the words. Yeah, I haven't seen her either. None of the crazy ladies. I haven't seen oh, what was his name? Ludwig, the ghost. I haven't seen the ghost hunter lady. I don't remember what her name was. But I did see the Terminator girl, which was pretty cool. So that's probably been the wacky one today. And yeah, you guys didn't even get to see it, so that kind of sucks. But hopefully, maybe it'll come back. Who knows? It was one of those ones that just like interrupts me when I'm on my way somewhere. So hopefully it'll happen again, I guess. All right, so we got this handsome dude in the back seat, huh? Harvey, we haven't had actually. I don't think we've had Harvey in this entire story. I think the Sandman story has been, you know, the void of Harvey. So he's catching the break this time. He's not a suspect or anything. So he's a suspect the last 2 times, and the last 2 times they have an alibi for him. I think definitely one of the times he had the alibi, but I think it was both times. He asked you to take him to Charles de Gaulle Airport. His voice is mild and pleasant. You sent your passenger once to talk about the killer. It's simple. Since the first murder, everyone thinks they know something. Everyone thinks they saw something. And this passenger is no exception. To watch him in the rearview mirror as he adjusts his clothes, checks his breath, obviously primping. Primping. I have never heard of the verb primp. To primp. Let's look up a definition of that. Oh, come on, phone. Sometimes my thumb reader stops working. Let's see. Define primp. Okay, to spend time making minor adjustments to one's hair, makeup, or clothes. Primping. Okay, well, that's a new one for me. Anybody else heard that word? You drive people to the airport all the time. They bring along a suitcase or a bouquet of flowers. Your passenger doesn't have either. He's looking at himself in the rearview mirror. His lips part as he runs his tongue over his teeth. Yeah, primping, yeah. Isn't that weird? I've never heard that before. It seems like definitely like a word that I could have used in the past. You know, it's just like adjusting yourself, like for like looks and something. Is that spend time making minor adjustments to one's hair, makeup, or clothes? So yeah, any like sort of like vanity items, I guess. It's just like adjusting them. Primping. It sounds almost like pimping, I suppose. It's just with an R in there. He looks at himself in the rearview mirror. His lips part. Yeah, it brings his tongue over his teeth. Nothing stuck in my teeth, right? You shake your head no. You wonder why he is going to the airport. You're wondering why I'm going to the airport, aren't you? Yes, I am. I can tell you you were curious. I'll tell you. but it's a secret. His voice has changed, as if you're about to deliver a speech. Women today are too smart for us men. Too smart. They're on to us the minute we try to hit on them. He crinkles his nose as if there were a bad smell in the cab. There are dozens of books on how to get lucky, on how to score, but they all make the same big mistake. Do you know what the mistake I'm talking about is? They're written by men. They're stupid, smiley face. I like both of those answers. I don't know, this seems like it might be more insulting, but I guess I don't really care to insult this guy. He already gave me a clue. I've heard it used for when women check their makeup and hair usually. Okay, yeah, that's when I would think to use it, but I feel like I've never heard anybody say it. Or maybe they said it and I just assumed, you know, my brain was just like, they meant this word, or they said this instead or something. But yeah, that's exactly when I would use it. Or for like when they use it here, he's like the model dude, you know, all caring about his look. It's primping, dude. Big primping. I'm gonna do that written by men. I don't see why that's a problem. After all, deer don't write books on hunting, do they? He smirks. Comparing hunting deer to getting women, huh? Okay. No, let me tell you. All those books about hitting on women never tell you where the best hunting grounds are. Theatrical pause. Airports. Another theatrical pause. It's brilliant, right? Women in airports are lonely, emotional, and available. On the street, they're always in a hurry, don't have any time. At the movies or in museums, they don't want to be disturbed. But at the airport, he's clearly very proud of himself. He remains silent. He crinkles his nose and sniffs again. Is it me, or is there a funny smell in your cab? You sniff too. Sorry, I don't smell anything. He shrugs and goes back into his monologue. Personally, I prefer older women. I'm just gonna let him talk. He's just gonna dig himself some more holes. Single moms who are in the airport to pick up or send their kids to their exes. They are waiting at the unaccompanied minors counter to get information about a late flight or a gate change. I walk over to the counter, look at the flight information, pretend to be worried. My sister, I say. I'm waiting for my little sister. She's never been to Paris before. I'm going to take her to the Louvre. She wants to work in fashion someday. She's already very talented. I hope everything is okay. She had a good flight. She means the world to me. She's my half-sister, but I love her like a sister. A smile. He takes another sniff, glances around the cab, then picks up where he left off. He's sniffing something. The half-sister line works every time. Divorced parents, remarried. Every time. He bursts out laughing. Interrupt him, let him talk. I mean, I'm not gonna fix this guy. Just let him talk. Word of advice, though. You have to get there early. Make a day of it. Keep an eye on the domestic flights, the delays, the companies. It requires a little preparation, but I usually go home with 20, even 30 numbers. In 6 hours. Not bad, eh? I'm gonna interrupt him now. See what I say. Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you a personal question? No, of course, not at all. Anything to help anything to help you understand my game plan. Do you really need to go through all that? What do you do after all that? Do you realize you're a total asshole? I kind of just want to know, what do you do after all that? Like, what? After what? After you get their numbers. Very good question. I rate all the women I talk to. Give them stars on a scale of 1 to 5, according to the appeal level. Jiminy. I go home and I start sending messages. First to the 3 stars. He drops his voice in knowing tones. They're the easiest. The best looks / easy, or the best looks to easy ratio. Same thing the next day with the 4 stars. They usually play hard to get. They see themselves as real beauties. He sniffs with a look of disgust. And then the 5 stars, the day after that. Just to leave them hanging a little, to get them to doubt their own attractiveness. That's rule number 1 when you want to pick up women with my little strategy. lower their sense of self-esteem. My God. You guy's such an asshole. The cab pulls into a drop-off lane. Your passenger pays the fare and exits the cab. I'm telling you, you should take my advice. It's a piece of cake. You just need to come up with a good line or two. They'll all fall for it. It's really bizarre. That smell of shit seems to be following me everywhere I go. Because he's full of shit. He walks away. Under the sole of the right shoe, you caught a sight of a dark brown spot. Okay, he's got shit on his shoe. That's funny. The passenger disappears into the airport. You roll down the back seat window and start up the cab. That's funny. It's funny because he's like automatically putting it on you too. It's like, your cab smells like shit, dude. It's like, it didn't smell like shit until you came in here, bud. God, what a caricature, right? What a fucking dude. Man, no suspects? Come on now, game. Am I just as like most players are supposed to spread out when they go get clues and pick up suspects or something, and I just like dump it all in the first 3 days? Oh man, let's pick the scallop. Guess we'll make some money. A bakery on your right is lit up. 2 bakers are smoking in the doorway. Lovely. Your next passenger slides into the cab and slams the door rather violently. She gives you her address. You start driving. You give her a quick once-over. No suitcase, no purse, no pile of papers or tickets, no wedding band, and you look and a look of defeat on her face. She drops someone off at the airport. Not her kid, not her husband, not a colleague or a client. Oh, that's a good one, Stella. I have not read the newspaper yet. No, I will do that. I think you get one of those every day. So yeah, I'll drop by a gas station, pick one up. And then at the gas station, I can ask the attendant some questions or whatever, and do one of the scratchers. So maybe that's what I'll do next if we don't get a suspect. Thanks for reminding me. Who? Should I or shouldn't I? You raise your head. Excuse me? Your passenger jumps. Did I say that out loud? Her face turns crimson. Sorry, She shakes her head, apologizes profusely, and stumbles over her words. No worries, everything all right? Yeah, yes, it's just, She shakes her head slowly. It's a bit hard to understand what's going on with me right now. You sense she needs to talk about it. More like she must talk about it. Her voice is warm and deep and has a stunning accent. The West Indies? I'm in shock. No, not the West Indies. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. On the contrary, I'm in love. Silence. She's from an island, but you can't tell which one. Out of the blue, just like that. Whereas I'm usually... She shakes her head. I'm usually the one people fall in love with. I'm demanding, complicated. I always have someone on my mind, but it's never the right person. But this time, it was reciprocal. She flashes an incredible smile. She's American, lives in Seattle. She's a journalist like me. She was here covering the terrorist trial. Our eyes kept crossing. We spent 4 days side by side. Just enough time for the trial to come to an end, for us to wrap up and spend an evening wandering along the banks of the Seine. Her eyes get a bit misty. It was really cold out, but we didn't even notice. Her smile suddenly vanishes. And I just dropped her off at the airport. There you have it. She pauses. It was short, intense. We'll probably never see each other again. Maybe it's better this way. Any vacation romance, you think? You should have gone with her. I mean, I like this one has the heart next to it, but I feel like you should have gone with her. Maybe? Yeah, you should have gone with her. Go with her. An odd look takes over her face. Yes, take a plane. Or that's me saying it. Yes, take a plane, follow her, find her. But, she giggles. What would I tell work? I can't just... She doesn't bother finishing her sentence. Even she doesn't believe the lie she's telling. Yes, I have time to make up. Comp time. It's the least my editor can do. She pauses. Yes. I mean, why not? She's got a layover in London, has to spend most of the day there. I go to the ticket counter and she stops. No, tickets will cost me a fortune. She sighs. I know. I already looked. The next flight is at 6. Her eyes wander. Fortune. None of that. It was really intended for your ears, but you feel like answering all the same. What if she is the love of your life? They'll make a pretty penny off those tickets. Indeed, saying nothing. What if she was the love of your life? She almost jumps. The love of my life? She leans towards you, wrinkles her forehead, and smiles a genuine smile. Just what kind of cab driver are you? I think we often make bad choices for the wrong reasons. Bad choices, the wrong reasons. That's deep. Let me think about that. Her gaze wanders outside to the road. Parisian suburbia, the yellowish street lamps. Do I really need this money? It's money I've saved up to go visit family, but when I'm there, I feel out of place. Like I'm suffocating. Where are you from? All the more reason then, right? Don't change the subject. All the more reason indeed. All the more reason. She smiles. Seattle. She looks you straight in the eye. I have to go, don't I? You nod. Very well. Then, turn around, please. As soon as you can, you turn around and start heading back to the airport. The road is empty, wide open. The last planes have already left, and the first ones won't take off for a few more hours. Your passenger watches the road go by. I feel good. For the first time in months, like a weight has been lifted. That's love for you. I'm glad, see nothing. I'm gonna say that's love for you. Her grin gives color into her words. You say that, like it's obvious, like it's a natural state. But a lot of people are scared. They're in pain. They're suffering. She stares at you, a little smile on her lips. And you, how are you? Her question throws you off guard. She can tell. Not too bad. It's complicated. Say nothing. Oh, I'm gonna say it's complicated. The tone of your voice casts a chill over the cab. Okay, I didn't mean to... She shakes her head. We don't have to talk about it. Your passenger is a journalist. Maybe she could help you, give you some information. I need your help. You need my help? You explain the situation, the attack, the hospital. Of course, you leave out Busset. You don't talk about the wall at your place, the nightmares, your anxiety. I'm doing my own investigation. Her face lights up each time she learns something new. I didn't cover this story, but she slips into thoughtful silence as you park in a drop-off spot at the airport. I know someone. She gazes deeply into your eyes. The first plane to London doesn't leave until 6 a.m. I'll have time to call my contact. I'll send you what he knows about the Sandman. She pauses, smiles. That name is totally ridiculous. And now all I have left to do is empty my bank account and wait for my plane. Time to go. She pays and gets out of the cab. You wave at her, a bit nonchalantly. She does the same. You watch her as she disappears into the terminal. That was cool, and I even got a contact out of that. Hell yeah. Everybody wins. Oh, is it the end of the night? Okay. Dang, guess I didn't get to the newspaper this night. Yeah, Janet Cho is the one that was from the future. Oh man, how much am I gonna have to pay? Oh man, did not make enough to make up for the losses. That's alright, that should be good. 173. Yeah, I can last another couple nights. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. A bus goes by, making the walls shake. You glance at your bed and get to work. Secret Escort 75's customer list. What do we have here? 4 clues discovered on that. Okay, this one looks like a new one. Victim 4 was a member of the Secret Escort 75 database. Okay. Muscle relaxant disappeared from hospital night of fire. And that's actually connected to Alex. That's the one thing that I thought didn't incriminate him, and the game is telling me it does incriminate him. Then he's definitely the guy, right? I mean, we haven't gone through all the evidence I just got, but that, I mean, come on, right? Suspect 2, Secret Escort 75 clients. Suspect 2? This is Suspect 2? She was a client? Why is that connected to these two? I don't understand that one. All right, Victim 3, member of the database. Okay, yeah, that connects to Christoph. So Victim 2 and 3 were both a part of the Escort 75 database. But I mean, like, I don't know. A lot of different people can use escorts. I don't, you know, I ain't trying to judge. These are all the injection ones. What are you, these are all the Dumont ones. Here we go. Pancuronium bromide, which is the drug that they used to asphyxiate their victims. Same name. Used for executions in the U.S. And with pancuronium bromide, victims feel everything. Which also, I think, kind of adds to Alex. I'm going to start putting Alex's other stuff up here, since we're good with her now. Victim said he was bad for Group Dumont. See, that seems like it's something for Anita, because she is a big person with that, and if the victims' death are bad for the company, then that's not good for her. So kind of like giving her less motive. The fact that it's used in executions in the U.S. that's not really relevant as a clue, I think. I don't understand how that helps me narrow anything down. Victim 1 thought to be a suicide of I don't see any other new ones. I think that's all we got. But I mean, I'm glad to see this, because this is the only thing that was making me doubt Alex. But now that that's connected, muscle relaxant disappeared from the hospital night of the fire. I don't know, man. Like, did his grandson die? Because his grandson died in the Albatross fire. But why was he stealing the muscle relaxant for another purpose then? And then he just had it on hand, and so he went around killing people with it. I don't really understand that. Doesn't that sound weird? Like, he didn't have motive yet, but he was still getting the muscle relaxant. I don't know. Weird. Going on to the next night, though. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You slide onto the open sofa bed. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. You open one eye. You stretch slowly. It's already nighttime out. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside your studio. All right, so does anybody else have any opposing thoughts? I mean, I feel like I'm probably guiding your guys' thought about who did it pretty strongly. I'm sure you guys probably agree with me. But I don't know, any other thoughts out there? Maybe I should start with the newspaper this time, if we don't have any suspects, which we do not. I do have this guy right next to me. Let's go to the gas station. Read some newspaper. I think you can also listen to the radio. I think that's what this other icon is. I never really do it, but I should just try both of those. Get some info. You pull over and stop at a gas station. Nice, yeah, there you go. I see what you did there, Stella. I have no alternative theories, just enjoying the ride. There you go. We'll hop on in and enjoy the taxi ride, Stella. I like that. If it's not a pun, it's it's close enough for me. I think it's a pun. You know, that reminds me of don't know if you guys have ever seen Come Fly With Me. It's a like a sketch comedy thing, sort of like a la Portlandia or something like that, where it's like there's an overall theme, but it's like different sketches with all these different characters and a couple of comedians doing it. Anyways, it's from the, I think it was on the BBC or something, but it's really funny. It's all about like an airport and people at the airport, and there's this one character who always says something that's not a pun, and then he says pardon the pun every time, and then finally he'll actually say a pun and then not say pardon. And I just thought that was really funny. I always remember that guy. Because at one point someone's like, that's not a pun. The fluorescent lights irritate your eyes when the smell of pee is wafting up from the space between the pumps. God, who pisses out here? Come on. It's self-service here. You pay directly at the pump. The mini-mart over there, they must sell newspapers. The person behind the counter must see and hear things. Might be worth asking a couple questions. This place makes you nervous. All you want to do is get back in your warm cab. You walk into the mini-mart. The clerk behind the counter is undoubtedly the most ordinary person you've ever seen. Yes? My newspaper? That's because I have a hard time distinguishing, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the word pun is such a, like you know, it's like a broad thing, right? Anytime it's just a play on words, right? So even if it's one word or multiple words, I think it's a pun either way. I guess I'm probably just right there with you, so I don't really know exactly what the definition of one is, but anytime you kind of do something funny with words, I guess that's a pun. Might as well be. Let's see what we get on the scratcher. What did you do? Losing tickets. No luck. Dang. Talk with the clerk. You examine the newspaper and magazine covers. The serial killer is on the front page of all of them. It's crazy, isn't it? You'd think they'd have caught him by now. The clerk smiles. You recognize the twinkle in his eye. This guy has something to tell you. Not a word from the guy behind the counter. You, on the other hand, curse automatically as you put one foot out to the freezing cold. Then I get the gas pump, fill her up. Alright. And leave the gas station. You get into your car or your taxi and drive away. Yeah, there's so many good characters in that show too. One of my favorite ones too is there's this lady who works at the coffee stand in the airport, and she's always like closing up shop because she's all out of something, and it's like, oh, got no cups, can't make coffee, don't have no cups or whatever. And she's like, as she walks away, she'll like pull the thing that she's out of and like out of her jacket, just throw it in a trash can really quick. It's like always like a short one, but it's always like, oh, we're out of coffee, oh, we're out of cups, we're out of creamer or whatever. And so she's just calling it a day because they're out of something that she throws away. It's so funny. And it's like pretty classic British comedy where it's a man dressed as a woman. So it's that kind of thing going on. It's, yeah, it's a layer there. All right, no suspects or reading that paper. You pull a newspaper out of your glove compartment and start leafing through it. Eventually, something grabs your eye. It's a rather enthusiastic article about a bar named Napo that we've read probably 20 times by now. You make note of the information of interest in your line of work. That kind of thing can always come in handy. You turn the page and stop. You've read about a third of the newspaper. Keep on reading. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. It's a photo of a French soccer team who just won a match against a team from Vanuatu. You have no idea where Vanuatu is. You only have a third left to read. Read the whole thing! As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at it. It's an in-depth article about the Albatross, 6 months after the tragedy. It's all very vague and gives you no new information. Even more disturbingly, the tone is quite cynical, mean even, when the journalist refers to the tenant associations. You shut the paper. It'll end up in the trash tonight. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it'll spend the rest of its days in your glove compartment. Alright, so we got something there. Any suspects? Probably do need to make some money, but we haven't used too much time tonight. Yeah, that's good. Hey, it's Christoph. I think the gray border means we've seen his whole story. I don't know. I really have no idea. I wish the game would have let me know what that means. But I'm thinking, because we got one here, and I know I've given both of those people a ride at least 3 times. So I'm thinking probably that means we've seen their whole story. Let's listen to the radio. We'll give it another dice roll, see if we get any suspects. Your finger is poised in front of the car radio. You're trying to find something to listen to. It should be about time for Top News Tonight, one of those call-in shows. Listen to a talk show, listen to the news. I mean, Top News Tonight almost sounds like it could be a talk show, but I'm going to say listen to the news. You happen upon the nighttime news. You learn that one of the receptionists, one of the recipients of this year's Fields Medal, a prize awarded for outstanding work in mathematics, is a French woman of Iranian descent. You hear her voice in a short clip and immediately recognize it as one of your passengers. Her name is Sohore Privert, age 33, on the spectrum and a mathematician. You can't help but smile, remembering when she rode in your back seat. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so that the cab is silent again. Alright, well that wasn't really like anything about the killer, but that was pretty cool. It's not nothing. Alright, any suspects? Nope, I think the game is telling me you have all of the clues that you possibly can. Maybe one or two left from random passengers, but I think that's all it's going to give me. So it's all side story tonight. Let's pick up this shady character. He's really not all that shady, just a kid in a hoodie. He's got that hood up, and that means he's a criminal of some sort. Stop and frisk him. Next passenger gets into your cab, like an old man returning to his armchair, all grunts and groans. After what seems like several minutes, he settles himself in and delicately fastens the belt across his chest. Looking in the mirror, you notice the man's age with surprise. He can't be older than 25. Howdy. You got the address, right? Palais de Congrès? Bingo. Let's roll, dude. You smile to yourself and turn the key in the ignition. After a few moments of silence, you hear your passenger moaning softly to himself, apparently in pain. Are you okay back there? Good night. A conference at this time of night? I'm gonna say, are you okay back there? And I'm also gonna switch to standing. You've been sitting for a little bit too long. Oh, come on. Up with ya. There we go. Up and up. And there we go. Don't look that bad, huh? No, it's just... I'm kidding, man. I know I look like roadkill. Feel like roadkill. Like I ate roadkill. Like some roadkill ate me. But I'm fine, really. Thanks for checking in. You look back at him. His eyes are hidden beneath his hood, but his whole body is curled in on itself. He looks terrified. Are you sure you're okay? Just pre-show jitters. He laughs unconvincingly. Who am I kidding? I'm scared out of my mind. Literally. Scared? Technotopia 9. That's where we're going. Every biohacker, transhumanist, and futurologist worth his cryptocurrency will be there. That's a lot of fancy talk. Now I'm giving a talk. The closing talk, in fact. Bio waters? What'd you just call me, boy? Sounds like a big deal. I'm gonna say sounds like a big deal. Oh man, it is. Someone even saw Mitnick there yesterday. I mean, the Condor himself. The name means nothing to you, but your passenger looks positively starstruck. Me, showing off my work to the who's who man. The cream! A huge grin splits his face an instant before he groans again. He digs his elbows deep into the seat. And all it took was a little brain surgery. What? You're recovering from brain surgery? Should you be in hospital? I'm gonna say, what? Yeah, don't worry about me. You can't help a look of surprise crossing your face, but you manage to stay quiet. That's the real reason I'm so fucking scared, if I'm honest. I did this to myself. He gestures towards his current state. It's not a new kind of brain implant, one that can access everything. The unlimited learning potential of the metaweb, a mind gate between the brain and the cloud. Cloud, put your computer in your head? You're a doctor? How about you put your computer in your head? What? What, boy? No, yes, more or less. A chip, at least. Hey, what's up, Shyla? How you doing? Oh yeah, now that you're here, Shyla, I want to let you know if you still got those bits hanging around, you can now use them on the channel again. Also, we got channel points for anybody who wasn't here earlier, because we are an affiliate again. So yeah, feel free to subscribe or use your bits or use those channel points or whatever. Have a good time. And thought so, saw an ad. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, that's like the worst part, is that the ads come back. Because if I could have it my way, not a single person watching this stream would watch a damn ad, because I don't get paid near enough money to justify that. Your guys' time is worth more than that ad gives anyone. But at least you guys can subscribe if you want, and then I'll get rid of them, I guess. All right, let's see. I'm always connected now. Yeah, there you go. Cheer for that, Charlotte. Thank you. Appreciate that. And hopefully you're having a good day. I think you were having a bit of a rough time last week, so I hope things have turned around for you and it's all on the up and up. You make a turn and see the lights of the conference center. Problem is, he dips into silence for a second. Have you ever felt like, I don't know, you hear his teeth clicking, like he's weighing something up? Have you ever felt like there's something else in the darkness behind your eyes? Some voice telling you what to do? Sometimes lie, say nothing. I'll say sometimes. Sometimes. That night with Aid. That one very specific minute. How it felt like you were just going through the motions while something else was at the wheel. Pardon the pun. Telling her to call the cops. Telling her to lock herself up in the bedroom. Telling her to follow your lead. Sometimes instinct takes over, guides our hands. Instinct, right. It's just that since the op started seeing, he leans forward and his hood falls from his face. I don't think I'm alone in here anymore. A jagged track mark of a scar winds across his hairline, but his eyes really scare you. One is completely dark, pupil blown. The other is milky white. The figure unfastens itself and exits in one fluid movement. You watch it disappear into the crowd before turning the key and driving away. And it's interesting that we called it a figure all of a sudden. All of a sudden, this isn't a man. This is something else. Had a great day. It has turned around. Do we think we know who the murderer is? Yeah, I think I do. But there was a clue at the very beginning of tonight's gameplay that kind of threw a curveball at me. But then we went back to the board, and apparently the clue that I thought was sort of working against my theory was actually working towards it, apparently, because they like linked it to the guy who I thought it was kind of like making innocent. So I'm pretty sure who it is. It's definitely Alexander, the old guy. His grandson died in the Albatross fire. Apparently he stole the drugs that he's using to kill people that same day. And let's see. I mean, that's his motive, and he's the one that did it. Oh yeah, there's also one other big clue, or the clues that link that together. He was a medical unit in the French military, and he had his medical license revoked, I think in the 50s or something like that. And the gun that was used on our main character, my guy, was a World War II gun, which used in World War II, like by the army. So it's really linking to that guy. So now you remember that guy. There you go. Is it another Jesus freak? No, it's not this time. Not this time. At least we don't know that yet. Maybe his Jesus is a more covert Jesus. That's his favorite version of Jesus. Let's pick up this lady. We haven't picked her up. She's pretty close. Is there anybody else I recognize, though, that we can continue their story? I don't think so. So let's make the money. Definitely need to make some more money. You're getting pretty low. A cat walks in front of your cab. Its eyes shine for a minute. A second later, it's gone. Hi, honey. Home, please. Home? All right, you got it. Jackie Elizabeth. The World War II gun, remember that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think that was one of the clues we got last time, yeah. The door opens. Your passenger settles in on the back seat. She's a regular. You know her address. Everything okay, honey? All good, Jackie. You've known Jackie for years now. A friend of a friend, and a rather well-liked prostitute in your old neighborhood. I hope spring's going to be warmer than last year, because I can't stand freezing my ass off anymore. She's been working in the Bois de Boulogne for 2 years now. Every now and then, she treats herself to a ride home in a taxi. What's the latest news? You can tell Jackie anything. Almost anything, that is. Is your back better? You smile. It's okay. Less painful. She's unconvinced by your lie. You can see it in her eyes. That bastard really did you, didn't he? Can I ask you something, Jackie? She leans forward. Anything you want, honey. You tell her about Lieutenant Bussett, about her threats and your mission. You got screwed again, honey. You're too nice. She sucks her teeth. You and the cops, you're gonna have to go see someone, or start banging one. Jack. Okay, right. You're the boss. I'll ask around. Some of my clients might know something. Pause. You know what's coming. You're expecting it. But fair is fair. The next ride is free, okay? You nod silently. Meet her eyes in the rearview mirror. Anyhow, take care of yourself, okay? You give her a smile. You know me. She looks pensive. Yeah, right. I do. That's the problem. She starts talking all at once. She speaks quickly, an incessant flow. I already told you how shitty the new law is, huh? Nod eyes. Jackie is referring to the law of fines to fine sex workers' clients. One of my regulars came back to me today. Did you know they're going to make them take a class now, too? A class? He wasn't worried about coming to see you? I'm gonna say a class? Yeah, a class. Clients are already paying fines, and now they're being forced to attend a 2-day class. Sure, go on and tell them it's not normal to see a prostitute. This client of mine, I know he didn't like it much. But he told me that they're arrogant, you know? Like they were talking down to the convicted clients or something. I don't understand the government, the politicians. We exist. We're not going away. We pay taxes too. Do you realize that? I pay taxes, like you, like everyone else. A pause. Almost everyone, that is. In this goddamn country today, the richer you are, the less you pay. What a mess. She groans, contemplated for a moment. Or she grows contemplated, not groans. When she speaks again, her voice is gruff. I'm only doing my job, you know. There are people who come talk to us. They talk to us about reinsertion and all that. It's great for the young girls who just started. But for the transvestites, the Uruguayans, and the Colombians, there's no way they're going to find work by themselves. And me, it's been too long. There's no way I'm going to be a checkout person at a grocery store. First of all, I'd run into clients all the time. She smiles, proud of her little joke. No, serious. It's just that it's my job. I chose to do it. That's the great advantage of this line of work. Yeah, rich you are, the less you pay. Truth for sure. Even you didn't choose. I'll shrug. Your friend sucks her teeth softly. The ride continues for a while in silence. To me, what's really outrageous, she seems saddened by the conversation. What really gets me is the fact that they're not helping us any more than before. The cops, state police, the whole lot. They ignore us, just like before. They threaten us, just like before. They make fun of us, just like before. But they only pass the law for the money. $1,500 for the first offense, $3,000 for the second. A pretty stiff price for a trick. The upshot, we have fewer clients. Makes sense, huh? A funny country we live in. The land of the rights of man and all that. But voice is tinged with anger. Rights my ass. The only ones who come around now are the regulars, or the basket cases, or the guys who don't know what they're risking. Yeah, particularly the guys who don't know what they're in for. She gives a funny laugh. Sounds like crushed metal. It's good business for the cops, yeah, at any rate. You just stand there in the alley, and you wait for a car to park. You nab the client when he's getting out of the van. And presto, $1,500. You nab 4 or 5 a night, and you're set to go. Funny country. The land of human rights and all that. You check off all the boxes, your boss is happy, you get your bonus. And all this without the good old Jackie and her clients. She shrugs. A moment later, you pull into the side street where Jackie lives. The building is in poor repair, and the hall lights flickering. You park in the first available space. Always a pleasure, honey. She pays the fare with a few crumpled bills and coins. And that's all I have. No problem. She smiles. Good night, hon. She gets out of the cab and walks slowly over the entrance of her building. She's not in much of a hurry to get home. Hey, Pat, turned to a 2-year-old that takes unexpected naps. Nothing really, just a couple side stories here. We picked up one guy who had put a computer chip in his own brain, and like one of his eyes was like all black and the other one was like all milky white, and he was talking about how he had a voice in his head now, and but he was going to give like a TED Talk type of thing at a tech conference or a biotech conference. So it was pretty interesting. And then, do we have something between and this guy or this gal? I'm not sure if we had someone after that, but then this one, this lady was a prostitute, and she was talking about a new law that they put in place where they fine the clients of prostitutes like $1,500 for the first offense, and then $3,000 for the second offense, just for like, I guess, interacting with a prostitute. And yeah, she was talking about how like unfair that is and stuff. Some real shit right there. Let's see. Got no suspects, so let's just pick somebody else up. I think we picked her up earlier, maybe? We'll see. How was dinner with your fresh grown basil? Oh, something tickles your nose. A burnt smell. Oh, the radio's coming back in. We're gonna get the gal from the future. My dinner with my fresh grown basil was amazing. I still have some that I gotta use before I'll need to harvest again. But what was I gonna do? Okay, well, first I'll say I made some spaghetti sauce, totally from scratch. Had tomatoes, basil, some seasoning, some garlic, olive oil, and yeah, some more seasonings and stuff. Which was very fascinating to do, because it just totally changes the flavor. Like cooking the tomatoes and I guess the seasonings as well, obviously, they all really changed the flavor of the sauce. It was very interesting to keep tasting it and kind of like seeing how the flavors are transformed into what I would recognize as spaghetti sauce, you know, just because I've never made my own sauce from scratch before. So I maybe sound like super ignorant, but yeah, it was just really cool. It was really fun, and that basil looks legit. Did well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's very happy right now for sure. What was I also going to say? Oh yeah, one thing that really surprised me was how much sugar to add. I tried to add as little as I needed to try to, like, because I was just trying to find the same flavor that I associate with spaghetti, you know, kind of like this canned sauce kind of flavor. And I realized that like after a while that's just like, I think the only thing it's missing is like a sweetness. So it's just like, I guess I'll just try to add some sugar and see if that does it. And then I add a little bit of sugar and then bam, tasted exactly what I associate to be a spaghetti sauce, except actually a lot better. It tasted just a little bit better because it didn't, I don't know, it doesn't have like that preservative type flavor, I guess, that you can kind of get with some of those jarred and canned ones. And it was just incredibly easy to make. Yeah, that was cool. But I still have some basil that I have just like in a cup. I cut it off and like took it off of the basil so it could start, you know, growing more. It's bifurcating branches. But so I have it in like a little cup of water, and it's really incredible how, as long as you have that little stem in the water, it like keeps the leaves filled with water so they don't wilt, and so they seem like they're still like fresh and brand new, even though they've been sitting in that water for like 3 or 4 days. So it's pretty cool. But the next thing I want to make is some tomato basil soup. I've always been a fan of that. Never made it myself. But yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as the spaghetti sauce, and largely, except I just add heavy cream in at some point. That kind of gives it the soupiness. So that'll be my next attempt to use that. I have a ton of tomatoes in there to make it. So I might try that tomorrow. We'll see how much time I have. It's hard to do this stuff during the week with the work and the stream, but I mean, a lot of it's kind of like I can let it sit for a while and just maybe go back and stir it. So maybe I can work and cook at the same time. We'll see. It's so awesome though. I was posting a painting, and when I saw your rotini, I got hungry. Yeah, it was really good too. I threw some shredded cheese on that too, and melted that in, and oh my gosh, it was so good. If open to the idea to reduce the amount of white sugar, try caramelized onions, natural sugar, and different flavor profile. Yeah, I would love to do caramelized onions. I just didn't have any onions, or else yeah, I definitely would put onions in there, because just the onion flavor alone, you know, like, outside of the fact that it's got the natural sugar, would have been great with the sauce, I think. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Try that, no sugar, and we'll see what kind of goes there. And I think it'd be interesting to try other sweeteners, because really, it's not that I needed sugar as much as I needed just something sweet to kind of round out the flavor profile. And so maybe I could try like some agave honey type of thing, because I think that's like lower in sugar, or it's like healthier for you or something like that. Or, you know, just any other type of like sweetener, or something that might be more mild and less, you know, not just like pure sugar. Tomato basil soup, I've made that with coconut milk in a can. Oh, that could be cool. Like, instead of the cream, you use coconut milk then? That's interesting. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try that next time, so I think that's a great idea. I'm certainly open to that. All right, let's get back into this. Something tickles your nose, a burnt smell. Okay, I was using a voice for her earlier, so that really, I'm pretty sure this is the gal from the future. That burnt smell again. You glance at the rearview mirror. The radio starts to break up.
Wait, we got cut off. I have to.
The young woman who claims she's from the future suddenly appears behind you.
I'm sorry. It's almost impossible to connect these days.
She looks down, talks into her mouthpiece. She's talking to someone else.
I got it. Don't worry. Keep the connection steady.
She stares at you.
I didn't get to finish telling you.
She freezes for a second. The seconds turn to minutes. Then suddenly she moves.
They're extremists. Totally crazy. Some try to get a hold of anything remotely technological, only to destroy it. They've gathered heaps of screens, keyboards, lamps to burn them. The fires last for days. The sky. Some days, the sky is filled with toxic soot, black ash. She shrugs. I'm lucky, I guess. I can remember what it was like before. The children, though. I feel almost sorry for them. They're so lifeless, sad.
She looks at you.
You look surprised, but...
The image of her flickers, shakes. She raises her head to speak to someone outside the cab.
What? They're getting closer? I don't know if I can stay much longer. I have to tell you one more thing. A few days ago, we got our hands on some newspapers from your time.
She looks down.
Everything we read seemed trivial, and it felt so good. We laughed about it, even though deep down, I miss these debates, stories, the editorials.
She lowers her voice.
Especially the horoscopes.
She doesn't say anything for a few seconds. You wanted to tell me something?
Tell you something.
Her face lights up.
Yes. While we were reading through newspapers, we found some crucial information related to your investigation.
She closes her eyes.
Now, don't try to... I can't tell you much. But I need you to write down what I'm about to say.
She disappears. A few seconds go by, and she doesn't come back. Are you there? No answer. Silence reigns in the cab. Terrifying silence. Only now do you notice the strange smell floating in your taxi. A hospital smell. Back to work, pull over. You park as soon as you find a free spot. You attempt to get a hold of yourself. The radio starts to crackle. Despite the interference, you make out the young woman's voice.
I'm sorry. I can't come back.
You hear someone scream in the background.
They're taking our antenna apart. Shit. Watch the files. Not those, Rat! The other ones!
Your voice sounds far away for a minute, then closer again.
We had enough time to send you something. I don't know if it could be of any help, but it's under the seat.
Under the seat? No answer. Her voice suddenly stops. The radio starts playing like usual again. You turn your eyes to the passenger seat. How could she possibly have put something under the seat? Plus, you had the car washed. If you had... Now look under the seat. You lean over towards the passenger seat. You feel around, and your fingers happen upon a file folder. You pull it out slowly. Scribbled on front in thick pencil are the words, "Thank you, Jay." You open it up, a newspaper clipping. The paper is yellowed, worn. At the top of the article, a date. The date is 2 years from now. You stop breathing as you start reading the clipping. You inhale. You smile. This will help you. Oh, that was an interesting way of getting a clue from the future. Coffee's good, but it burns easy. Oh, okay. That's a good warning there, Stella. Thank you for letting me know that. Go low and slow. That is the tempo, as Beastie Boys would say. Is that a Beastie Boys song? I think that's a Beastie Boys song. But yeah, and I guess thinking about that, I totally could just put the agave in last, right? Because I'm just trying to like round out the flavor profile. So maybe kind of lower the temperature a little bit and then pour it in last. I can see that. All right, let's see. Anybody we recognize? Oh, so we don't have any suspects, of course. I think we've picked her up before. Let's go for her again. I think again. I think we picked her up once, something like that. Alicia Kless. I need a taxi ASAP. Your next passenger looks completely dazed. Drive, come on. Oh, it's this lady. Yeah, we have picked her up. Wasn't she like the crazy one? Where are we going? She seems surprised by your question. Well, to Balloon, of course. They're out. I don't want to miss them. Who are they? Why, Truffles. Get going, drive. Start driving. You notice your passenger relax as soon as this car starts to move. She doesn't seem the least bit interested in your presence. What are these truffles? They're grains of words fallen from above. Nature gathers everything she can into this concentrate of life. Oh yeah, that's how I would always do it. So that's how I did it with the sugar. You sugar it or agave it to taste. Absolutely, you got it. I can do that. And truffles explode. They cover the earth with ideas. She closes her eyes. After I wrote One Potato in 2003, I stopped eating vegetables. Seriously, I just couldn't eat what I had written anymore. And after that, I began to free myself from the shackles of sweets and cooking. Poetry is where we come from, where our true values lie. In a combination of words, not oils. In cooking syllables, not meat. Are you one of those vegans? You one of those vegetable eaters, are you? You never eat potato. A smile. Just give her a smile like, you're freaking crazy, lady. I don't know. All these are pretty good questions. I'm gonna say you never eat? Sounds like she's becoming a breatharian. You know what I'm saying? Of course I do. What a silly question. Eating is important. What I want to do is sow harmony in nature of which we are part. You don't know how, but you actually heard the capital N in nature. That's why I ingest only tea and rocks from my own garden. You're speechless, she goes on, without noticing your surprise. Not to mention truffles to open my mind when I'm stuck. She raises a hand. No, not stuck. Unable to give birth to a new idea. When the contractions don't come. When my mind is not fully dilated. Then truffles help. Are you sure you're not taking some psilocybin or something? You're almost to the Bois de Boulogne. By day, it is not much of a forest. At night, even less so. Scattered groves, a few unlit roads. Of course, there are all the sex workers with their trailers and trucks, but their clients are not so interested in having company. Keep driving. It's a little further to the right. You sighed. You almost never come into this area, except to pick up your friend Jackie. Yeah, she's eating those shroom truffles, yeah. She's confusing the truffles for the psilocybin shrooms. She's finding these truffles under piles of shit or whatever. An idea pops into your head. For once, you get the impression that the Bois de Boulogne is more hospitable than Paris. No killers on the loose, no police on your trail. You're taken by a sudden desire to leave your passenger there and speed off towards the Atlantic coast. Stop. I sense them. She gets out of the cab and vanishes into the forest. A minute goes by. What if you drive away? She's 500 meters from a metro station. There's no danger. Your door behind you slams. She's back. Ah, shit. Her mouth is full. You can barely make out the address she gives you. You turn the key in the ignition and start driving. So just like pull these mushrooms off of the ground and just immediately shuts them in her face. You glance into the mirror and you see your passenger uncomfortably swallow something. With a slight smirk, you ask her, "Did you find your truffles?" She catches her breath. Yes, a superb batch. Are they poisonous? Are they hallucinogen? She shakes her head. They help start the contractions. They help me focus on my poetry. She shakes her head and says nothing. Maybe the truffles are working? You concentrate on your driving and the road ahead. Boulogne is far behind, and you are driving through the nicer neighborhoods in the city. From time to time, she whispers something. You catch a word or two here and there. Silence. Augmented. Vivisection. She pronounces each syllable with haughtiness and precision. When you've almost reached your destination, your passenger closes her eyes. Here it comes. Her voice drops and sounds more poised. I hear from across the ocean the tumult of the drowned, or the tumult. Hold your ear to the water. Hey, Ra, hey. Dance on the dock where the dinghies dabble. She is silent. She furrows her brow. In jest, I vomit the carbon I ingest as I sit in the shade of the chestnut. I attempt to write about the passage of a passage, but it passes away. Passes away. I am stabbed by savages. Every once in a while, she shakes uncontrollably. Here were hanged men and women. In their hearts, they wear the mark of the improper paternal figure, protruding and pestilent. Pest, still, lent. I am a slave to my own revenge. Not you, but I. She slowly opens her eyes as you pull over. She smiles at you, a strange smile, like she just had an orgasm. Thank you for your patience. I am finished. She hands you some money for the fare and a few white seashells. Hold on to them, they have... She searches for a word for a few minutes before getting out. They have spatial qualities. You are ready to jump out of your seat. Huh? Spatial? She's already out of the cab and the door softly shuts. You watch her. She walks away. No doubt about it, she's wearing pajamas. Oh man, didn't give me much of a tip. No suspects, as I expected. Let's see, I think we picked her up a little bit ago, right? Let's go for her. Yeah, she definitely had to be on some, I don't know, some shroom different than truffles. I don't think the hallucinogenic ones aren't considered truffles, are they? Or are all shrooms considered truffles as well? I don't know. She's weird. Knight would love her. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Let's get weird. Absolutely. Place de Fêtes? The woman getting in your taxi does not look like she's at her best. Mouth lolling open, eyes unfocused, out of breath. She looks like she's just been punched in the gut. Or like she saw a ghost. She struggles to take her backpack off and makes several attempts. The strap gets caught in the buckle of her overalls. She sighs and gets annoyed. During this whole process, she doesn't look up at you at once. She takes a deep breath. Place des Fêtes. Her voice is emotionless, more of a trickle than a voice, coming out of a childish body. It sounds like it took every bit of energy she had to get those words out. She takes her phone out of her bag, hesitates, starts swiping left and right to left. She's completely absorbed. You think you can make out the reflection of a colorful mobile game in her glasses. Silence settles heavily into the cab. It is broken occasionally by something that sounds like a hiccup or a repressed sob. At a red light, she raises her head and lowers it the second her gaze crosses yours in the rearview mirror. Something about her makes you feel like you've got something caught in your throat. Rough night, you don't look so great. And a rough night. Oh, I don't know which one would be more rude. You don't look so great. I guess both of them kind of have an assumption there. This one has a smiley face next to it, so go for that. She looks up at you, slowly. Her gaze is even darker. She looks right at you for a second and chills you to the bone. Yeah, you might say so. She's not crying, not shaking, just the occasional spasm. A few seconds go by. You attempt to focus on the road, but despite both of your efforts to pretend nothing is wrong, her emotions invade the cab. She finally takes the plunge like she's jumping off a cliff. Can I talk to you? Still the same trickle of a voice and great lengths taken to control it. I'm sorry, it's stupid, but I think I need someone to talk to. I'm listening. She takes a deep breath. I need to say it out loud. You stay silent. You sense she needs to be silent. A guy touched me in that bar. Her voice is twisted like a nearly empty tube of toothpaste. Tears collect in her eyes. You feel really heavy. What do you mean? She starts talking again. Her tone is slightly different. She sounds more confident. Like saying those words out loud made her feel a bit more alive again. Or like she wanted to be stronger. He came up behind me and touched me way too much. Her voice breaks over the last few syllables. The silence in the cab absorbs everything, even the noise of traffic. You don't even hear the ambulance going by, lights flashing. I want to talk about it, but I also don't really know what to say. Do you want to file a report? Just say whatever comes to mind. Maybe suggest filing a report. I don't think so. I don't have much of anything concrete to report. I don't really feel like going to the police station. I don't want to sit under fluorescent lights, answer questions. I just want a warm blanket, a cup of hot chocolate. My mom. She tries to smile but gets choked up and lets out a painful sob. It took me way too long to understand what was happening. Way too long. I didn't get it. I was petrified. She looks about 30 years old, maybe, or not far from 30. But you get the impression you're driving a little girl who had her innocence stolen. One minute, I was standing there in the crowd. The Ferocia is like my second home. I always go there to hang out with friends because they all live in the neighborhood and our places are so small. She takes a breath. You follow suit, unconsciously. Everything was fine. There was a concert. I was happy. I had had a bit to drink, but not too much. It was packed, but the music was sweet. It was a good night. I was having a good night. Another breath. You know what it's like when you're packed into a crowd like sardines? You don't really know who's touching you, and that's just the way crowds are. She lays her telephone on the seat and leans forward, elbows on her knees and head in her hands. Her backpack falls on the floor. She doesn't make the slightest move to pick it up. I didn't get it. Fuck. Why didn't I get it? I didn't even react. She stares at you. Why didn't I react? Maybe it wasn't that big a deal? You should talk to the police about this? Say nothing? I don't know, maybe saying it wasn't that big of a deal doesn't really feel like a good thing to say. You should talk to the police about this. How about I say nothing? Is that like an asshole thing to do? Just kind of let her keep talking? I mean, she asked me a question. Why didn't I react? I don't have the answer to it. I guess the only answer is maybe it wasn't that big a deal, but I don't know. I don't even know the whole story. You should talk to the police about this. Why didn't I react? I'm gonna tell her she should talk to the police about this because she's really shaken about it, right? She leans ever so gently towards you. Sir, you know what? You're right. For the first time since she sat down in your cab, you feel a sense of relief. Don't say it wasn't a big deal. It was, right? Like, obviously it was. I totally agree with you. Like, it's obviously shaken her. That's definitely something that the descriptions of her attitude and everything is definitely made clear. So yeah, I totally agree. And I'm glad that she responded good to the police thing, because I just felt like after she said no to the police thing already once, maybe that was going to react so well, but certainly was the better of those two options. Or I guess I could have said nothing. I can drop you off at the station. You stop to think for a second. I can even wait for you if you'd like. She leans over to you. I'd do the same if I were you. And I'm sincerely grateful. But no, not tonight. I just can't bring myself to do it. She grabs her bag and sits up, suddenly more outspoken. You know, you read story after story about women who've been assaulted. You say to yourself, okay, got it. If it happens to me, I'll rip his head off, scream, make a scene, hit him. He won't get away with it. You convince yourself you're stronger than them, that you know how to protect yourself. Stand up for yourself. She pauses. Barely. It's hard to bear. I'm so angry with myself. I didn't do anything. I just stood there, frozen. Like a fucking idiot. Everyone was totally entranced in the concert. They were dancing, drinking, laughing, screaming, and I was frozen. It was like a wave of ice had washed over me. Everything around just collapsed. It was like I was stuck inside my own body. All I could feel was his fingers worming their way in. I don't even know how long it lasted. I was disconnected. I let him do it. Her last words hang in the air and work their way into your thoughts. You became aware of your sweaty hands on the steering wheel. She pauses, starts talking again. Part of me froze on the spot. Another part was screaming inside. At one point, the crowd shifted. There was a bit of rush or something. That's when my brain started functioning again, like someone flipped a switch. I wanted to turn around, but his hand disappeared. I couldn't see who it was and just stood there like an idiot. All that was left was a normal gathering of normal people. Who does that? I mean, really, who does that? I ran over to the bar. I don't even know how I got there. I couldn't feel my legs. My friends were still waiting for their beers. I burst into tears. A brief pause, just enough to open her eyes wide. I think the worst part was that my friends made fun of me. Wow, really? They saw me walk up in tears. I did my best to explain what happened, and they thought it was hilarious. Oh, come on, Bernice, they said. Calm down, it's no big deal, relax. Only my guy friends were there tonight. They're not bad guys, you know, but they're not always so bright. I usually get along better with guys. But I really wish one of the girls had been there. Hearing them laugh was so harsh. Yeah, they're fucking assholes. When it happened, I didn't really know what to say. I mean, maybe they're right. It was no big deal. She pauses and looks away. Oh my gosh, no, they are not right. You need different friends. That's insane. I should never have gone out to that concert. And see, and now it's gonna make you feel like that, and that's why it's like a crime, because it just makes you like afraid to go out. It makes other women afraid to go out. That's why you need to go to the police, Bernice. She loses herself in thought. You wonder how you would have reacted if something like that happened to you. You try to remember how you did react. I went outside, walked around for a bit. They didn't even text me or anything. You're taking this too seriously. That's not normal. Say nothing. I'm gonna say that's not normal for them not to text you. Because come on, if they're really friends, they should have seen that you were upset. Like, oh my gosh, even if they try to minimize it, like that's just even worse. These people aren't your friends, Bernice. No, nothing about tonight is normal. Nothing. I just wish I could make it all go away. That scares the shit out of me. How it's so definitive, permanent, unavoidable. I already know it will hang over me my whole life. I wish I could make it all go away. Turn back time. Like a video game. F5, F6. Quick save, quick load. Swish. You erase your mistakes. A moment of absence. Some horrible thing that happened. Over and done. You know just what she's talking about. The feeling that suddenly, in 1 second, a split second, your fate has changed forever. And there's no going back. You expect to see Aid's face in the rearview mirror. Have you ever done anything like that, sir? I beg your pardon? Have you ever hurt anyone? Any women? She asks the question again, like she thinks you might not have heard it the first time. Remain silent. It's not as simple as that. Oh, I guess I'll say that. Your passenger breathes in. You can hear her leaning in, looking for an answer. I don't know. Indeed, you don't know. Images and sounds come to mind in flashes. People suddenly staring. Faces whose expressions shift in barely noticeable ways. Voices that no longer speak. The sour smell of sweat, the touch of skin that is suddenly chilled. It is possible that each time you blink, you brush off a new image. You speak up again, with a half smile that's supposed to be reassuring. Yeah, I probably have hurt women before, but not like that. I'm trying to understand. And you see, I'm skeptical. Sorry, I'm thinking about my friends, the way they reacted. In what way is this no big deal? Why exactly should I calm down? If they think I need to calm down, they must think that kind of behavior is normal. That normal people do that kind of thing. I'm sure they've got friends, a job. I mean, they're not guys who look like serial killers that just escaped from the loony bin. I will never set foot in that bar again. Ever. You're getting closer to your destination. Her voice sounds far away. Drop me off at the light. I need to walk a bit. You pull over. She's shaking. It's like you're in slow motion. I'm sorry for all of that. You mutter something incomprehensible. Actually, you don't really know what you wanted to say anyway. She pays her fare and walks off without a word. You close your eyes for a long while before turning the key in the ignition. Man, poor Bernice, she needs to find some new friends. Definitely suggest not going to that bar again, I suppose. I mean, but it sucks if it's something she wants to do and she doesn't feel safe there anymore. That's not cool, you know? Well, I guess we'll just end this night and we'll go on to the last night. We'll be able to finish it on up. What time is it? 8:25? Okay. I think we'll finish before 10. 2 joggers are on the right-hand sidewalk. You never... Oh, crap. I was way too slow on that one. Oh, well. Yeah, I totally get what Bernice means though when she was talking about how like her friends were like minimizing that. It's like, well, if you minimize this, then does that mean that you do it too? Like you've done that before and so you think it's normal because of that? Oh, I'm gonna have negative money. Oh, I'm not? Oh, because the profits aren't in the start balance. Okay, gotcha. I was a little bit worried there. But I gotta like do nothing but make money tonight. I'm not, this is gonna be the first time I'm cutting so close. No freebies tonight, damn it. So I can't pick up Jackie. If she's the person I cannot pick her up because I was supposed to give her a free ride next time. Oh no. Okay. You close the front door behind you, but you freeze. Someone was here. You know it. You can feel it. You notice a crushed cigarette butt on the ground. Yeah. It's one of yours, but it's been smashed with a thick shoe. You pick it up, look at it, put it back in the ashtray. Files on the table, evidence on the wall. Yes, someone's been here. Bussett, the killer? Neighbor? Bussett? Bussett? No. No way. What would be the point? If she wanted to pay you a visit, she would have come talk to you. Or make fun of your ass. Your mind carefully avoids the most obvious explanation. The Sandman. It had to be him. Actually, there's no way it could have been anyone else. You take a deep breath. You must be dreaming. You're going crazy. You can't think straight anymore. If you're not careful, you're going to become completely paranoid. So you decide to ignore your hunch. After all, maybe you're the one who stepped on that cigarette before leaving last night. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. You're suddenly overcome with a desire to sleep. You close your eyes, press your fingers against your eyelids, and let out a yawn. You sigh and get to work. So the killer was possibly in our apartment? Did you guys hear that? That's pretty crazy. I wonder if that's, I don't know, is that going to play another role, or is that just like some flavor text, you think? I wonder if that will actually amount to something. All right, let's see here. What's our new clue? Now it's saying that he's taller than that, and it's only Alex. I mean, it's got to be Alexander then. Oh, he heard that. I heard that at the gas station. How tall he was. Weird. How did the gas station attendant know that one? Very strange. I don't really see anything new. Sorry, I'm scanning. We had a couple new pieces, right? Lost his medical license. What if we put him in the middle? I thought we got at least one thing, didn't we? Out of that whole night, we didn't get a single clue. Okay. Well, maybe we did. That's fine. I think this is the only one. I think we got that clue from the gas station, and that was it. Oh man, what a jam-packed night full of clues. I mean, we know it's Alexander at this point. I mean, we don't even need to go through the last night, but we will, because that's how the game works. But before we get going, though, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back, guys. One momento. Okie dokie, I'm back. Alright, let's finish this out, shall we? Thanks for hanging and lurking, guys. Appreciate you guys for being here. As you know. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the sofa.
I'm new! I don't know what to do!
Hey, what's up? Oh, I need to make that one bigger. That's, let me make a note on fixing that one. I knew there might be a couple of those in there. Thanks for using that level. Now the channel points are back. We got to straighten everything out. Yeah, channel points. What? Hell yeah, dude. We just became affiliate again today. The onboarding process was very easy. Sorry to blow out some eardrums. Oh, that's okay. You didn't blow up my eardrums. Was that really loud for you guys? Because if it's too loud, I can turn it down too. These are things that I need to start looking at because it's been a while since we've had them. So I'm sure I've adjusted our setup since then. Okay, so I'm new. I need to adjust the size and perhaps the volume. There we go. Cool. So start making a list. Channel point items to fix it up a little bit. And what's up, Niall? Did you just get in? Thanks for coming to hang out, dude. Just in time for the last night of the last episode of Night Call. Events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you're in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. Your hands are shaking. You don't quite know what's happening around you anymore. For a short moment, the room around you starts to flutter. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. For some unknown reason, your passenger's tear-stained face appears in your mind. He seems paralyzed with sadness, incapable of moving, capable of living one more second. You turn your back to your investigation board. You don't want to see his face up there. You don't want to think about it. That anymore. Your eyes close. You fall asleep. Something is bothering you. Something's stuck in your throat. Start coughing over and over. You lean out of bed. A black shadow creeps out of your mouth and bangs loudly on the floor. Wait, a black shadow creeps out of your mouth and bangs loudly on the floor? So did I throw up? You wake with a start. Fucking nightmare. Okay. Gotcha. It was a nightmare. I was like, how did that work? You glance at the floor. There's nothing there. You lie back down, still shaking. Oh, yeah, I was out anniversary dinner. Nice, dude. Hell yeah, man. Well, hope you had a good time. Thanks for stopping by. It's such an important day for you. You open one eye. You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't seem to get any rest. You'd like to understand how that's even possible. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside your studio. Night 6, the final night. The night where I just need to make money. Because I'm pretty low. Only got 77.58 euros. That is not a lot. So we're gonna go for the closest people I can pick up. Every time, probably, just to save time, so we can get as many trips in there. Let's go for the politician. Or he's not a politician, he's a journalist who talks about politics. That's right. He's like a right-wing journalist. Seems kind of like a rich right-wing dude. You immediately recognize the next passenger getting in your taxi. You never watch television, rarely listen to the radio, you don't read the newspaper, and yet you know Francois de la Niare's face. Polemist, novelist, columnist, politician, too, you think. Your passenger distractedly gives you his address. You start driving. Your passenger's voice is tinged with sadness. This evening's France mourns. She is on her knees. Her head lays in the gutter of history. His voice gets progressively higher. What a nightmare. And higher. How terribly sad. His voice rings in your ears. What a terrible shame. Is everything okay? Well, no, of course not. Nothing is okay. France is not okay. France lives in fear. Micheline is practically walking free. Walking free. Who is Micheline? Can't believe his ears. Seriously? Micheline Chabon? She's been on the front page of every newspaper. She killed her husband and his mistress. 2 shots to the back, 2 shots each. She received a 22-year prison sentence. 22 years. What leniency? He growls, snarls, gets carried away. She's virtually a free woman. With the current legislation, she'll be out in 7, 8 years tops. 8 years for killing not one, but 2 people. He is so angry, you can see the veins popping out of his neck. He shakes his head, sadly. I said it once and I'll say it again. France is headed for the disaster. How can we possibly expect to eradicate the crime epidemic that has infested our country? He slaps his knee. We need strict rules. We need strong courts. And with a small shrug, as if it were obvious, we need to reinstate the death penalty. He takes a long pause. There is no way to rid France of the cancer eating away at her breast. Your passenger appears flustered by his last sentence and needs a minute to catch his breath. What is with these judges who are always calling for forgiveness, redemption, always talking of remorse? Liberals, always and forever. They disgust me, make my head spin. We need a more clear-cut judicial system, where we use our fists, not our hearts. Failure of the courts. Look at examples of countries where the crime rate is close to 0. Take action in depth. Bring public executions, death penalty, back into fashion. Honestly, how can we trust the animal lurking in the dark heart of a man? And woman! He underlines this word several times. How can we trust this animal will be judged as it should be by the laws of nature? Your passenger raises his head and looks at you in the rearview mirror. Look at this murderer running the Paris streets as we speak. The city is stricken with fear. People are afraid to go outside, afraid to live. None of this would have happened if punishment was permanent, final, with sentences impossible to reduce. He takes his head in his hands. In a dramatic tone, he exclaims, "Oh, my poor, poor France!" He dives back into his notebook. Forget the guillotine. Forever soiled with the blood of our fine king. He looks up to the heavens. No, we need something else. Parents should be able to bring their kids. This should be an important moment for all. Hard work, bravery, strong will. Your passenger suddenly seems more relaxed, as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. His voice is softer. He speaks to you in an odd voice, like he just woke up from a sleepless night. We are too kind to criminals. Turn the other cheek. There's a Christian principle I sometimes have trouble with. We need to bite the hand that slaps us across the face. An eye for an eye. Tooth for tooth. We'll all lose an eye eventually. Maybe that's the price to pay. He glances out the window. Just look outside. Look at all the thieves running amok in the streets. If they lose an eye, they'll stay in line, I assure you. Or they'll fall on their faces. Funny, I didn't take you for one of those bleeding heart liberals that have taken over France. Looks can be deceiving. Funny. Be that as it may, keep thinking the way you do. Follow your heart, not your mind. There are both financial and practical arguments in favor of the death penalty. We need to shape up or ship out. He sneers. And luckily for us, the ride is almost over. We won't have to bother having an argument. You pull up in front of his address. He pays his fare, and when you are handing him his change, he can't help but continue his diatribe. You see, we're in the same spot today as we were after the French Revolution. Soon, you will see, a man will rise up and carry away this oversensitive hodgepodge that is bleeding our spirits dry. Then, only then, will a new empire, a new monarchy, begin. Man was not meant to govern himself. It's only natural. He gets out of the car and walks quickly to his front door. You sit in thoughtful silence for a moment. Your stomach is upset. A bad memory or a distant trauma. You run a rough hand over your tired face. The night is long. You can still detect the scent of your passenger in the cab. Musky, sweet, and oddly feminine. You drive off. Dude's a fascist. 100%. He'd rather have a single person ruling the entire country. And he wants him to just do everything his way and just say, no, fuck you. Death penalty. Who cares? Well, who's closest, man? I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. Let's go to this lady, or this one's a little bit closer. Got 103 bucks, so that was a pretty good ride. Definitely try to go with the... Oh, something tickles your nose. A burnt smell. The girl from the future, she never pays her fare. That burnt smell, again. You glance at the rearview mirror. The radio starts to break up.
Wait! We cut off. I have to...
The young woman who claims she's from the future suddenly appears behind you.
I'm sorry. It's almost impossible to connect these days.
She looks down, talks into her mouthpiece. She's talking to someone else.
I got it. Don't worry. Keep the connection steady.
This is exactly how it went last time, so I'm hoping it's not a repeat. She stares at you.
I didn't get to finish telling you.
She freezes for a second. The second turns to minutes, and suddenly she moves.
Where I come from, everything is in ruins. A virus has contaminated the majority of the population.
That's new. I'm pretty sure.
Does the name Hyoga mean anything to you?
You stare at her.
Answer. We don't have much time.
The name doesn't ring a bell, or maybe it does, just vaguely. A cartoon, maybe? A manga? Some Japanese thing? Is it one of my passengers? I'm gonna say, is it some Japanese thing? She looks at you out of the corner of her eye.
Japanese? No, I'm talking about a real person.
She sighs. Disappointment, anger, annoyance. It's all there.
Shit! I got here too early.
She rolls her eyes.
I don't have much time left, but
She rolls her eyes.
Hyoga is the leader of an extremely violent movement. Fascists. Fascists in suits, with tons of money and control of social media. In 2037, he decides to cleanse Europe, literally and figuratively.
Her voice suddenly sounds far away. Crackles. So, does this have to do with the last guy that we had in there? Because he was pretty fascist, and I was just talking about fascism.
Melanin. Evolution. We must... President of Iran. Hero.
She vanishes at once, leaving behind a pungent burnt smell. Your radio suddenly starts playing a strange song. It sounds like jazz, or something North African, played on metal instruments. A second later, it's all over. The smell is gone. The music has stopped. All that's left is you and your monumental headache. And she didn't pay her fare. Oh man, I've already driven you around. Why can't you put somebody I didn't see his entire story next to me? There's Jackie. Can't give her a ride though. Cannot do that. She might give me a clue. I don't think I need it though. I need money. Jackie, I can't give you a free ride tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have to rain check that free ride. Come on and take a free ride. Fire truck flies down a cross street in front of you. It looks like a red meteor. Wee woo. Need help with a delivery. Better not be drugs. That's all I'm saying. The passenger who sinks into the back seat is one of the hordes of cyclists you almost always hit at red lights. She's a bike courier, the kind who pays no attention to red lights, stop signs, or right-of-ways. She gives you a smile. Holy shit, it's flipping freezing out. You smile. Do we know each other from somewhere? I don't think so. I probably just cut you off on my bike or something. Or maybe it was me. Maybe I changed lanes without signaling. You both burst out laughing. She gives you an address. It's for delivery, but it's too cold. I can't seem to get warm. You start the cab and turn the heat to high. Warm air fills the car. The young woman nods. Thanks, that's exactly what I'm here for. She closes her eyes, as if to enjoy the muffled hum of the heater. I hope you don't mind. There's no way I was going to go back on my bike. I left it behind with my colleagues in front of that restaurant. She sighs. I know it's pretty counterproductive paying for a cab ride to deliver food, but all the warm air, it feels so good. How's work going? The young woman is struggling to stay awake. Pretty good, though I had a run-in with one of my colleagues tonight. She falters. He's a real know-it-all, the kind of guy who thinks he's been there, done that. The work itself is pretty good, though. In the winter, we do a lot of business. People stay holed up at home like rabbits. I have to say, I understand them. She yawns. I'm warming up, but I sure am tired all of a sudden. She closes her eyes. Sorry, we're already here. You pull up to the address. Right, back to work. So the girl quickly exits the cab, slamming the door behind her. She rings the door of an elegant Parisian building. What's interesting to me is the fact that it does this thing where like the car is still moving and she just suddenly gets out and I'm just like driving away and I'm supposed to be waiting, I'm pretty sure. I kind of wish it would stop the background. Like if I'm supposedly stopped, then the background should also stop, right? Makes sense to me. That's minor. The little girl quickly exits the cab, slamming the door behind her. She rings the door of an elegant Parisian building. A moment later, the door cracks open. The courier hands the client a plastic bag with takeout containers inside. She smiles. The door shuts. She rushes over to the cab and flings herself into the back seat. Come on, let's get out of here, fast! You start the cab. Back to the restaurant, please. I left my bike there. Well, that's that. Her phone chirps. Business is picking up. She sighs. But yeah, I think I'm going to wait a little. Check it later. She settles comfortably into the back seat and closes her eyes. What are you delivering? Is your customer nice? Why is that little devil face next to that one? Yeah, you've been doing this for a long time. What are you delivering? I'm gonna say have you been doing this for a long time? It's been this is my second winter, so yeah, year and a half or so. Time really flies. I have to say it gets pretty boring after a while. She flashes you a toothy grin. At first you're like, yeah, what's the best shortcut? How can I get to that restaurant as fast as possible? But after a while, always the same old routine. There's a pause. She gives a short laugh. Nah, I shouldn't complain, really. At least I can take it easy on my bike. There's no one to really mess around with me. She lets out a silvery laugh. It's very soothing in tone. The laugh of someone you can trust. Do you really like what you do? What'd you do before? Do you really like what you do? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Sure, we don't earn much and the job is really exhausting, but first of all, I have a killer ass. My dates can't believe it. Guys are really crazy about it. All my girlfriends want to know my secret. Basically, it's a win-win situation. But second, this is what I really love, is I'm my own boss. A faint smile spreads over her face. Well, I do have a boss, actually. My telephone. It's an algorithm. Some guy calls me every now and then, asks me questions, asks me to take on more shifts. But he doesn't grab my ass. He doesn't waylay me in the corridor. He doesn't ask me to be a good little girl or go pick up his sandwich. And that makes it all worthwhile. She looks serious, as if she's had just concluded a long speech. So that, my friend, is why I wouldn't trade in my bike for all the world. Is the money good? Any prospects for the future? No, you're right. Not much as far as prospects go. Not like I'm going to be made team manager or anything, that's for sure. But it's not all that bad. There are worse jobs out there. Silence. And I know what you're going to say. I'm being exploited, badly paid, all that. But the worst part is actually the customers. You look at her in surprise. No, I swear, it's true. You deliver their dinner because they're worn out after working all day, and they don't even tip you a single euro. Still, they're understanding and all that. They give me articles about all the big bad delivery businesses abusing us. So her customers tell her that she shouldn't be working for the place that they ordered delivery from? Because I'm assuming she uses like an app or whatever. It's like Uber Eats or whatever, all those places like Postmates. But it's just kind of interesting to like, I'm going to order from Postmates. And then as soon as your Postmates delivery person gets there, like, here's an article about why the company you work for sucks. It's like, then why did you order from it? Like, wouldn't you like join that boycott if you really think it's that bad, so bad that you're going to like give this article to some person at your door? I don't know. It's kind of weird. It sounds like that's what she's saying. Still, they're understanding on all that. They give me articles about all the big bad delivery businesses abusing us. And then they order sushi from the restaurant down the street. Yeah, exactly. Never trust the stomach. She makes a little farting sound with her mouth. Believe me, a bunch of cheapskates. She stops you with a gesture before you can speak. But all that is just for the time being, promise. I'm putting a little aside. Like my father always said, I'm going to open a teriyaki food truck. You ever had teriyaki? Or, sorry, takoyaki? You pull up to the restaurant. A swarm of bike couriers are waiting for their orders. Have I ever had it? I'm gonna say yes, just to kind of connect with her, because I don't know what she's talking about. Oh, cool. I want it to be the latest thing. It's basically a pretty simple idea. Sell them to people lined up for concerts, movies, plays. She smiles. Anyhow, I'm out of here. There's a lot of starving people in Paris, and we don't want to let them down. She hands you the fare and exits the cab. Thanks again, really. You're good company. If you ever need a shortcut, just ask. She gives you the last smile, and walks over to her crew. Not bad, $24. Sweet. If I can take a few more people around, I should make enough money tonight. I know, I still scan for a suspect every time, just in case, but I don't think it's ever gonna give it to me. Alright, pick her up. Boom. You like this street. It looks like a postcard, and you've always found it charming. A random thought. Somewhere far away and fast. Far away, you can use up all my gas and time. Park a few streets away from Bercy and wait for your next passenger. Sorry, little burpee all of a sudden. From where you're sitting, you can hear the loud beat of electronic music, even with your windows closed.
So it's like boom chicka pa chicka boom chicka pa chicka
You like that? The whole neighborhood is pulsing to the exhausting binary beat. Bercy is a big venue. They do all sorts of events, music, sports, even political events sometimes. The door opens. It's your passenger. Good evening. Rue de l'Orange, please. Argonne. Icy cold voice, rigid posture. You start driving. You drive past Bercy. The music gets even louder. Your passenger crouches down and back like she doesn't want to be recognized. Should I do that even louder music? That was the music as we were driving by, in case that wasn't obvious. Is it a concert? Is everything okay? It looks like she was trying to crouch down, so is everything okay? I just want to go home as quickly as possible. Her voice is like a drifting iceberg. What does that mean? You nod and press on the accelerator. Bercy gets farther and farther away in your rearview mirror. I feel like sometimes they do that in this game where they just like take these, they have this really poetic statement that I can't quite figure out what it means. What does that mean? I screwed up. I totally screwed up. I threw away 3 years of training. I burned thousands of euros and... She pinches her eyes closed. No, I made the right choice. I did what I had to. Actually, I had no other choice. You realize there's been a repetitive noise since you've started driving. Your passenger's phone has been vibrating every 4 seconds. I'm getting an awful lot of messages. Can I help? What's going on? Also, can I help? No, I don't think so. The smile, sad eyes, her voice is suddenly calm. It's just that... I refuse. No, that's not where the story starts. She takes a deep breath. I refused 500,000 euros, but that's not the important part. I'm an esports champion. Nice. You can tell you're going to ask what that is, so she keeps going without a pause. I'm paid to play a video game. The game I play, Battles of Lost Legend, is a sort of chess game with 16 players at once. It's pretty epic to watch. You've never been a big sports fan, so when it comes to video games, I bet. What does that mean? I've never been a big sports fan, so when it comes to video games, I definitely don't like them. Like, what? It's almost what it sounded like it was insinuating. Because I'm not a sports fan, but I like video games. Anyway, I'm French champion, European champion. Tonight was a World Cup, and I won. There were 17,000 people in the room. Footage being broadcast throughout the world. When we were about to go on stage, I had to talk about what was happening in China. Silence. And just what is happening in China, and how is that connected to your game? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. I guess I can make assumptions about what's happening in China, especially during when this game maybe came out. So let's see, how is that connected to your game? I'm actually a little bit more interested in how it would come up in this setting. The connection is that Battles of Lost Legends is bankrolled by a Chinese company. Of course, Tencent. It's just League of Legends, right? Because isn't League of Legends owned by Tencent, which is a Chinese, like, giant corporation? I could be wrong. At first, it was a French series, and they got bought out, and now it all belongs to a Chinese company. The championship, the sponsors, they're marketing the 500,000 euros. Now it's all. She searches for a word she can't find. Tainted? Criminal? I would say tainted. It's not criminal, right? Just tainted. Yes, that's it. Tainted. Soiled. Several different emotions wash over her face. Or maybe it's just the shadow and light from the street lamps. I couldn't take the money. And in China, as we speak, among all the other awful things going on, they're locking Muslims up in camps. Labor camps. Yeah, right? Isn't that the Uyghurs? Am I right on that? China is immense. There are dozens of different peoples and cultures. One of them is Muslim. Muslim Chinese people. Yeah, I know. It seems weird. Uyghurs. Ever heard of them? You shake your head. There's a break in her telephone vibrations. She catches her breath, closes her eyes. Outside, everything is getting blurry. The city seems to be disappearing, swept away by the emotions overwhelming your passenger. I couldn't take it. I'm a Muslim, and... No, that's not even it. I simply can't accept the situation. Just like I couldn't accept the terrorist attacks, so I took this to the streets. I protested. I can't wait to do... I can't just do things halfway. I can't be outraged without doing something about it. So I went on stage, I grabbed the mic, thanked the team, my coach, my parents, and I said what I just said to you. I was probably a bit confused. Probably a bit awkward. Her phone starts vibrating again. All I remember is saying, Uyghur. I'm not sure about the rest. They tried to stop me, tore the mic out of my hands. I got off stage, the room was dead silent. They screamed at me. Someone shook me. They'll take my money away. My win too, probably. They'll give it to someone else. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Rue de Argonne. An all-night grocery bathes the street in bright light. Two men are sitting smoking in front, in the fruit and vegetable stand in the freezing cold. Passenger hands you enough for the fare. Her fingers are shaking. Thank you. No reaction on her part. When she gets out, she stops a second, like she was waiting for something from you. You did the right thing. Have a good evening. Let's say you did the right thing. She did something that was not very easy at all. Your passenger's face pinches, twists, stretches. You can almost feel the anger seeping out of her body. The right thing? What do you know about it? 10 minutes ago, you didn't even know who the Uyghurs were. So shut your goddamn mouth. She gets out and slams the door. The men from the grocery sit up and watch the scene. You drive away almost immediately, as if to cleanse your body and mind of shame. Why would I have shame? Like, I feel like she was just an asshole right there. I told her she did the right thing because she explained the situation to me. I understand that she's standing up for her principles, and so of course I can tell her she did the right thing. She was being a bitch. She's the goddamn asshole. But, I mean, in the end, probably a net non-asshole because what she did. Refusing 500,000 euros because of the principle of the thing is not something many people would be able to do. Even people that agree with her, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure there was some people that would reason like, well, if I get the money here, I can then use the money to do something about it, which is a valid, you know, argument there. But also it's a valid argument to say that is it, you know, are you truly like clean if you take the money, you know? Because it's certainly something that is tied to, you know, what you're against and all that. I don't know. My 2 cents, I suppose. Okay, got a few people next to us, so I'll definitely pick one of those. Do my obligatory suspect pass. Looks like, yep, as I expected, no suspects. And boom, we'll go here. A lot of heavy stuff tonight, you know? A lot of heavy stuff. That's one thing I like about this game is it really is not afraid to address like political and social issues. It'll totally make an entire little story around it, and definitely kind of like tell you. It'll have a message about it too. Like tells you like kind of like how they, like the different maybe perspectives that you can see on it, and I think how the devs feel about it. I think it's cool. I certainly love a good message. The next passenger gets into your cab, or the next passenger getting in your cab enters in a cloud of extremely heavy perfume. It's a well-known scent, one you often see advertised on the Champs-Élysées. The woman must be in her 50s. She has impeccable posture. The fur she wears around her neck must be worth several days' pay. She opens her mouth. Good evening. Before you start driving, I just need to tell you something very... She purses her lips, attempting to stifle the word that is about to come out, then raises a finger. Shit. Whore. She continues to look at you, the same smile frozen on her face. She's just shouted gibberish at you, but her face hasn't budged. It's like she isn't even aware of what she said. She purses her lips even harder. Doggy foreskin! She shakes her head. I am truly sorry. Please, hear me out. You are so taken aback that you find nothing to say. I'm suffering from a major emotional trauma. It seems to have triggered very strong verbal episodes. They're exhausting, to be honest. I hope you can, understand. Please know that I don't believe a single word that I'm saying. She smiles. Tiny dick! What the hell? It's my husband. She shrugs. Married for 25 years, 2 kids, a house on the coast, all sorts of fun plans for the future, and then a sad smile flashes across her face. Eat shit! She looks at you. Okay, I'm used to it, smiley face. You certainly did a job on you to start driving. I'm gonna say I'm used to it. Keep it light. Thank you for understanding. She grins for a second. Here I am discovering how to live alone for the first time at 50. Crazy, isn't it? Toilet brush up your ass! It's really not so easy. You bite your cheek to avoid laughing and start driving. With a bit of luck, your passenger won't say anything for the remainder of the ride. Your passenger sighs. I'm devastated. Devastated. You raise your eyebrow and look in the mirror. An entire year of therapy vanished into thin air. Humph. Runny colon. Terribly sad. These days, the medical field is just... What's wrong? Just imagine. I spent more than 40 hours talking to this therapist. Not to mention the thousands of euros she was paid. This afternoon, we started talking. We were talking about my relationship with my son. She pauses her lips, or purses her lips. Classic topic, no particular problems. A giant cock forced. Your passenger coughs gently, as if to cover up the monstrosity she just shouted. Calm down. And right then and there, she started to laugh. The laugh Her eyes bugged out of her head with rage just thinking about the laughter. The laugh came from the back of her throat. Tears were streaming down her face. She apologized, got up, left the room. Laughing all the while. Incredible, just incredible. She leans towards you. Her overpowering perfume stings your nose. Tell me, sir. Cunt! Do you think this is funny? Silence. You scan her face to try to determine how serious she is. You get the impression she is completely and totally serious. You see a tear in the corner of her eye. What funny music to be playing to? I've never heard this song in this game. It's surprising. It's not funny at all. I'm gonna say it's surprising. Your passenger pauses. Surprising? Yes, it's not your everyday problem. It's a handicap, a disease. You shake your head apologetically. She crumples in the back seat. The stench of her perfume suddenly seems less intense. I'm everyone's laughingstock, aren't I? I don't know. She can't hear you. She's talking to herself. Oh, Angelique, old Jean Pierre's good wife. Twat, twat, twat. She couldn't take the fact that she left her for a woman half his age. She's gone crazy, you know. She's unrecognizable with all of her tics and the stuff that comes out of her mouth. Monstrosities, insults. Your client sighs. My therapist generally hates it when I speak to myself in third person. She says it's dangerous. That it separates us from who we are. Piss-filled water skin. I'm not so sure I feel like talking all of her, or I'm not so sure I feel like taking all of her terrible advice. She closes her eyes. Her face, the tears of laughter. How traumatic. You should file a complaint. File a complaint? Yes, with the Bureau of Shrinks or whatever. She keeps an eye on you. No, shit! No, I don't think so. File a complaint? What a horrendous idea. I understand why she burst out laughing. I mean, I know that. She points to her face, her mouth. I know it's not easy to handle. I know it shocks people. She shakes her head. The other day at the supermarket, I said to the woman at checkout, the word. She raises her shoulders and is red with shame. The other word for the woman's chest starts with T. Tits? She furrows her brow. Yes, but it doesn't give you a free pass to say it. Then she can't help but smile. I must confess that it was funny. The look on her face when I said that word. She lets out a giggle. You've almost reached your destination. Maybe I should call her back. Who? Whore! 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 My shrink, as you put it. She was a big help. 6 months ago, it was much worse. You swallow uncomfortably and prefer not to picture what that must have been like. You pull up in front of your passenger's building. She pays her fare, but doesn't get out right away. It's silly, actually. Syphilis! When I'm angry, I don't cuss at all. Maybe I should be angry more often. Everyone should. No, I don't think being angry is a good thing. If it makes you feel better, I'll just say that. With these kind of customers, I like to just kind of feed it a little bit, you know? She smiles shyly. Have a good evening, sir. Or... She waves and gets out of the taxi. As for her perfume, it lingers right there in the cab. You air out for a moment before driving away. Ooh, look at that! Money received 46 and then tip $22. Holy crap, I picked the right person. That $68 in profits right there, that is going to definitely get me into the green. I think. I guess they call it the black, right? When you're in profits. I think it should be green. Gotta get that green. Alright, so I'm okay with money-wise, so let's go pick Jackie up. Give her that free ride for that info. Come on and take a free ride. Destination home. Thanks, honey. The door opens. Jackie settles into the back seat. She's a regular. Good to see you, hon. You smile and start the cab. I've got some news for you. Shoot. She stares at you intently. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into. She leans in a little closer. Her voice is deep and warm, and it has a hypnotic effect on you. Anyhow, listen up. I know this guy who works... She starts telling you about him. At first, you don't see the connection with the investigation. Then, the penny drops. The penny drops? I've never heard that expression. When she's done, she leans back against her seat. Thanks, Jackie. I owe you one. Yeah, I know. She gives you a wink. Suddenly, she seems pensive. Everything okay, Jackie? The sound of your voice almost makes her jump. Yeah. Everything's fine. Jackie gives a slight cough. It isn't husky like her voice, you think to yourself. Boy, I'm happy. Pardon me. Ooh, that came up on me. Boy, I'm happy to be on my way home. A long night. A night like all the others, honey. Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, no, actually. I did run into this kid from my neighborhood. Well, he's not a kid anymore, I guess. A pretty big guy, actually. Built like a tank. Great build. Nicely put together. Looks like a rugby player. She gives a short laugh. I took his virginity. We lived in the same high-rise at the same time, at the time. He must have been about 17, something like that. Is that legal? She raises her voice with an exasperated sigh. You're a good boy, honey, but let's not talk about legal and prostitution, okay? It's all one big goddamn mess, and they know it very well. Cops, the politicians, but they're perfectly happy to leave things as is. She sighs. Anyhow, do you want me to tell you the story or not? Yeah, sure. He knocks on my door one Wednesday afternoon and asks if I have any sugar for his mother. I'm no fool, right? I know his mother doesn't bake. Her voice trails off. So fine, I let him in. He can't stop talking. He's nervous. I know all about guys going to see a prostitute for the first time. He was probably in the hall for a whole half hour before knocking on my door. So anyways, I let the little puppy stew for a while. And then he hands me a plastic bag filled with coins. And a few bills, too. Like a kid's stash squirreled away in a drawer. She lets out a little squeal. He asked me to teach him. To teach him what? I ask. To make love to a woman, he answers. She gazes out the window absently. She is speaking faster now. Don't you have a girlfriend? I ask. He shakes his head. No, then says, but everyone thinks I do. He wants to be a good lover when the time comes. That silly kid. She bursts out laughing. Bright red. He was bright red. I tell him, well, I can't make him pay. If I make him pay, I go directly to jail. And then I take him into the bedroom. She pauses for a minute. The raspy sound of her breathing is hypnotic. He does his bit. The kid does. Not a bad stoop. Like when you start a new activity, you know, piano or biking. Well, at first you're pretty studious. You concentrate. Take it easy, I tell him. Gently, don't use your teeth. Not right away, anyhow. He was a fast learner. A hint of a smile plays across her face. What happened to him? Did you do that kind of thing often? I'm gonna say what happened to him. I ran into him a couple of times afterwards. He was always very polite. He and his mother moved a few months later. You should see the kid today. Good looking, all muscle. I'm sure he gets lots of girls. He was pretty good at it, even 10 years ago. That kind of thing gets around fast. You gotta admit it, though. Guys who are good in bed are hard to come by. Then again, maybe I sleep with the worst of the lot. She gives you a sidelong glance. What about you? How was your first time? I'm gonna talk about it. She told me about that. Campground near my uncle's house. She was older than me by a year. Very thick Marseille accent. We were swimming in the lake. The water was really cold. When we got out, she told me to stay with her. She wanted to show me something. We walked over to a small creek. I was like a zombie. I didn't take any initiatives. A brief pause. She's watching you intently. How was it? Tell the truth. She seemed happy with herself when it was over, but I don't know. I think I was more afraid than anything. Afraid? Yes, that's exactly it. Why? I have a theory about why young girls prefer boys like that without experience. They think they aren't twisted by frustration yet. Frustration makes you crazy. That's why my job is so important. A lengthy pause. She bursts out laughing. Well, anyhow, that's my theory, honey. Doesn't mean it's true. The ride continues in silence. It's kind of a nice thing for her to say, that it's her theory, but it's not true. That's nice when people, I think, are like understandable of that. Like, this is just my perspective. Work it into the combo like that. The street lamps are few and far between now. Your passenger can barely keep her eyes open. Her eyelids close, then jerk back open. She's exhausted, shivering. Turn up the heat. You turn up the heat a little. She smiles. Thanks, hon. She settles in more comfortably, soothed by the motion of the cab. A few minutes later, you get to your destination. Always great to see you, hon. Jackie pays the fare. She climbs out of the cab and leans back into the open car door for a moment. Hope you have a good night, honey. Your eyes follow her as she enters the hall of a dilapidated apartment block from the 70s. Okay, I was about to say, it said she paid her fare, but it was supposed to be a free one next time because of the info. I didn't see it say new clue or anything, so that's kind of interesting. What was it that she told me about the killer? Did she say anything? She like explained something, but I think it like fast forwarded through it, right? So I guess maybe once we go home we'll see it. Anyway, I think I got enough money for the end of the night, so let's get on to the end of the game. Are you guys excited? You guys excited as I am? I really hope we got it right. I mean, it'd be so crazy if it was anybody but Alexander. You know what I mean? It just seems so obvious. Which I guess I'm a little bummed out about how obvious it feels. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, had enough money, didn't run out. So lost more than a gain, but you know, sorry. As long as I didn't go broke on the last night. Because I don't know what happened. I guess if you lose your job, then it's, or if you don't get enough money, I think you lose your job. And then if you lose your job, Busset gets mad and she can't use you anymore. And then I think that triggers like a, I guess, a loss, I assume. I don't know how that works. I kind of wonder how that works, huh? Good thing we never lost. You wipe your face. You're starting to feel sleepy. A bus goes by, making the walls shake. You take your shoes off before getting to work. Hey, was there anything new? No, I don't see anything new. Alright, so here's everything. This is why we think it's Alex. Let's just go over that. So first of all, if I hover over this, this is everything that the game connects to him. The fact that he's the only person who's tall enough to be the killer based on the information I got from the clerk, which isn't really like a good clue, but it's a clue. The muscle relaxed and disappeared at the hospital the night of the fire. That's the one I thought was actually gonna, what's the word, exonerate or whatever, Alexander, but it's actually linked to him, so it must be that he stole it from the hospital the night of the fire because of the fire. So I mean, it just says the night of the fire, it doesn't say it was before or after the fire, I guess. So that's that. And then Alexander's grandson was died in the Albatross fire. The Albatross fire was a criminal act, and which I'm not really sure why that's connected to Alexander, but whatever. I guess because it gives him motive to find someone, because it was a criminal act, which means that someone's responsible for the death of his grandson. So then we have Alexander lost his medical license back in the 50s. And Alexander was a doctor in the French army. So those are all of the clues that are directly linked to him. But what I have also linked to him is the fact that the victim one, the burn marks on the body done while alive. He burned him alive, and I feel like that's like punishment for his grandson. You know what I mean? Weapon used on you is a World War II gun. I think that connects to the whole of the fact that he was in the French army. So that's definitely another thing for him, another ping on him. Victim 3 received death threats. I don't really know how that really links to anything, to be honest. Here, Victim 3, newspaper and mouth post-mortem. Seems like there was a reason to do that, but I can't really say that links it to Alexander. But, I mean, I guess it just means that everything had a purpose. So there was, like, motive behind each one. I just don't know what the motive behind 2, 3, and 4 victims were for Alexander, but one person was rich and apparently tied to the people who owned the building. So I think Victim 4 is because they worked for, what was it, Groupe de Mont, who owned the building that burned down. So I think that's why they're linked. I don't know what the second person was. They were strangled, and I can't remember who they were, what relevance that had. So yeah, I'm not sure about that one. But the fourth one definitely was the lady who was, or the person who was connected to Camille. They were big in the Groupe de Mont. Okay, so the strangled one for Victim 2, I have no idea what that signifies at all. Tears found in Victim 3, and yeah, and the killer kept crying, which Alexander's sad because his kids died and stuff. So I guess maybe I thought, you know, if anybody's not like, is anybody's killing and sad about it, it's the guy who's killing because of someone's death or something. Because none of these people have lost anyone. He's the only one who's lost anyone. And Groupe de Mont is shady. I don't know why that was over here. It doesn't belong over here. It's not even like a great clue. And this clue is nothing. Goes under that one. Victim 1 fired from Groupe de Mont before the Albatross fire. I don't really see how that links to anything. Victim 1 worked for Groupe de Mont in the past. Yeah, neither of those really work with anything. But the other things that I have linked to him are the whole muscle relaxer thing. That's the other really big one. Muscle relaxant, and it was like it's a medicine. Well, it's not a medicine, but it's like a medical muscle relaxer, and it's used to execute people in the U.S. It says right somewhere. Oh, right here. Used for executions in the U.S. And it makes the victims feel everything, which to me sounds more like a revenge kind of motive, which again pings to Alex because he's the one that has the most to get revenge for, I think. So that's pretty much it. Because if we go to everybody else, like Camille, she was connected to the fourth victim, but that doesn't explain 1, 2, and 3. Albatross fire goes push Victim 4 to sell shares. So she, if anything, she may have been involved in the fire. Albatross fire pushed Victim 4 to sell shares. Because I don't know if it's a fire pushed him or because of that she pushed the Victim 4 to sell shares. I don't know. None of this really looks like motive to me. Especially since the only thing she would have gotten is money in the will, but she doesn't because the person was murdered and they're blocking inheritance in case of murder. So that totally, I think, checked Camille out. And then we have Christoph. He's just like a young boy. He's a prostitute. You know, he's just trying to get through life, dude. I don't really see any reason why he would do that. He has no connections to any of the victims except for maybe that they went to that escort place that he works at, but I don't even have a link that they have anything connected to him. You know what I mean? So I think Christoph's totally fine. So that leaves Anita. And Anita's husband is a dentist with access to the muscle relaxant. So that's something, you know what I mean? That's not nothing. But that doesn't really explain the stealing of it. Not like this one does, it's connected to Alex. So then Victim 1 used to work with the Mafia. Victim 2 received money to shut up about Albatross. Groupe de Mont plan on selling land. Victim deaths equal bad for Groupe de Mont. If it's bad for Groupe de Mont and she owns Groupe de Mont or whatever, she's like one of the head people. Like none of that seems like motive. So it's gotta be Alex. And that's what leaves it as Alex. So, sorry if I'm beating a dead horse for anybody. I just want to get everybody up to speed. The phone rings. You impulsively take a step back. It's the moment of truth. Pick it up. Hello? Hi. Nice cold. So? She heaves a long sigh. There's no background noise. She must not be at the station. I think I always ask her where are you, but I'm just gonna go straight to I've got a name for you. Perfect. I'm listening. You glance at the wall. The suspects are all lined up. All the evidence, a whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot. I don't have to remind you. You cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with the district attorney and the chief of police. Even the Minister of the Interior will be in the corner of the room somewhere. Obviously, I'm thrilled. But I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. You can almost hear the smirk she's wearing. You lay the receiver down on the table. Now, you have to decide. Oh, we don't have to decide anything. We know. No. You pick the phone back up and explain your choice to Lieutenant Bussett. Why, how, the evidence, your sources. She listens without saying a word. You stop talking and catch your breath. Okay. I'll buy it. Seems like a solid choice. I can fish around a bit to vet your information. She pauses. You can almost hear her nodding. I'll call you tonight. Try to get some sleep. She pauses. No way she's going to hang up on such a positive note. No, she's probably going to. It might be her last night of freedom. She snickers and hangs up. You put the phone down. You might as well be standing in the ice-cold emptiness of outer space. You decide to go to bed. To sleep. Best way to kill time. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the sofa bed. Its frame creaks. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you're in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You sigh when you think that in just a few hours it'll all be over. You'll have answers, Bussett will have her arrest, Paris will be peaceful again. But what about you? What do you do? You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. And suddenly, you're asleep. You open one eye. You had a hard night, restless. You get the impression you aged 5 years in a matter of hours. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside your studio. Night 7. Let's bring his ass in, boys. Bake him away, toys. You've barely gotten downstairs when you catch sight of Bussett. She's leaning up against the door of your cab, eyes wide open, forehead creased. Get in. You obey. It's too early to react. Is she mad that I get it wrong? You're weird. She settles into the back seat, flashes a smile. Good news. You're right. Boom! Or at least the DA thinks your evidence is sufficient. No emotion in her voice. She's giving you the facts, nothing. We're going to catch the Sandman tonight. She glances at her watch. In about 2 hours, we're going to make him leave his place. How? He's going to let you? What does this have to do with me? I'm going to say how. Let us worry about that. She pulls some kind of pen out of her pocket that she puts in a little cubby just above the car stereo. This is a bug. You need a confession? If you feel like it. If you think you can manage. I've seen you and your heart enough, I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick, a gift for getting people to talk. Our suspect is a dangerous man, a wounded animal. I need someone calm, someone I can trust. He might recognize you. He might think it's a twist of fate. Who knows? She looks away. A little girl and her mother are walking by the cab. Start a conversation. Stay calm. Get him talking. Nothing more. I'll give you a meeting point. We'll be there waiting to grab him before things take a turn for the worse. She sighs. 2 teens walk by the cab and the intense smell of weed fills the cab. Bussett doesn't budge. I know you can do it. If you stick to the plan, nothing can go wrong. What if I don't feel like doing this? What if there's a problem? I'll just say, understood. She gives you her typical smile, like an owner admiring her dog performing a perfect trick. I'm off. She lays her hand on the door handle. You pick the suspect up, drive to the meeting spot, and you're free. Easy as pie. She gets out of the cab, slams the door, and walks quickly away. Shit. You hit the dashboard. Intense pain spreads through your hand. You grab the keys and the ignition and turn. The motor comes on. Your night is about to begin. Your last night. Got that synth hitting hard there, baby. All right, let's see. We got to take one person somewhere. Oh, we got Jackie. You can give her another ride. Jackie's always a lovely passenger. Let's go ahead and pick her up. She's a nice gal. I think she was the last person I gave a ride to. Twice in a row for the same customer. Nice. I'm glad we got some people in here to see the finale. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate y'all lurking out there. And I mean all of you. The door opens. Jackie settles into the back seat. She's a regular. Good to see you, huh? You smile and start the cab. I've got some news for you. Shoot. She stares at you intently. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into. She leans in a little closer. Her voice is deep and warm. It has a hypnotic effect on you. Anyhow, listen up. I know this guy who works in... She starts telling you about him. At first, you don't see the connection to the investigation, then the penny drops. When she's done, she leans back against her seat. Thanks, Jackie. I owe you one. Yeah, I know. She gives you a wink. Suddenly, she seems pensive. Everything okay, Jackie? It's weird when they start these, like, a new conversation off the exact same way another one started. You know what I mean? It's just, it's really, it's kind of jarring. It's one thing that, like, as a critique to this game that I would say, like, just mix it up a little more. Just have, like, another alternative so I'm not viewing the same thing, exact same thing verbatim twice. That's probably one of my only critiques. Other than that, I think it's been a great game. The sound of your voice almost makes her jump. Yeah, everything's fine. She opens her eyes wide. Well, just wait till you hear the latest, hon. I had a very unusual visit last night. There is a note of surprise in her voice and a hint of sarcasm. Very, very unusual. I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned it, but there's this politician who comes around every now and then. Doesn't ring a bell. Lately, your head has been elsewhere. A very powerful politician. No, I don't think so. Sounds familiar. Who is he? No, I don't think so. You probably weren't listening to me, honey. She gives you a mischievous wink. I was just finishing up with a client when there was a knock on the door of my van. I looked out the back window, 2 guys, well dressed, cop written all over their faces. I get my client to quietly exit by way of the front door. She smiles as she recalls the scene. You should have seen Mitchell climbing over the seats. There isn't much space in there, you know. And Mitchell. Well, Mitchell is one big lump of kindness, a real sweetheart. Anyhow, once he's off, I open the back door. The 2 guys climb into the van and start looking around. Weren't you afraid things like that happened to you? Yeah, I'm gonna say, weren't you afraid? Afraid? Afraid of what, honey? They were cops, not Albanians. I've been around the block enough to know when to be afraid. But thanks for worrying about your old pal, Jackie. The guys, they were built like tanks, you know? They started asking all kinds of questions. How long I've worked there, how many clients I've have a night, the name of my pimp. I work alone, I tell them. I'm freelance, the startup nation and all that. She bursts out laughing. But those guys didn't think it was very funny. They ask me if I know. She stiffens. Well, you know who? And I say that I do, of course. He's the Secretary of State, after all. Wink. But is he a client, too? I tell them I couldn't say. We know he's one of your clients. That's why we're here. To make sure you keep quiet. The guy gives me his card. He's with the police in a very special unit. You know what I mean. Secret Service. Bingo. Close enough, anyhow. She shrugs. I don't get flustered. Just say okay. Now, I couldn't care less about my clients' outside lives. Whether they are married, they have kids, they're CEOs, or working stiffs. I don't give a damn. I know people change. They do stupid things. They're born and they die. I know it better than anyone. That's what I tell them. And the 2 guys, they don't move a muscle. Don't even bat an eyelid. Then the older of the 2 says, so can we count on you? And while he's speaking, he starts pointing to the stuff in my van. Because all this stuff in here isn't exactly legal. I pretend to have no idea what he means. She heaves a sigh. You know, it's a pain in the ass. I've been working for 20 years now, almost 9 at the boys. I know how things work. These guys intimidate you, grill you for information, don't pay when they want to get laid. All the cops take advantage of us, whether the local police, National Police Force, or the French FBI. She's staring at you. Not sure it's called FBI. I'm gonna say the French FBI? Yeah, well, whatever. She seems slightly offended. You know she's exaggerating. I'm no expert when it comes to spying, honey. With a shrug, she turns her eye back to the street. You are not far away from your destination now. You continue in silence for a few moments. What is he like? The Secretary of State? Well, honey. She seems genuinely saddened. I don't pass judgment on clients, you know. It's not a contest, you know. She stops short. Luckily for me, for that matter. A peal of laughter brightens the atmosphere. All I can say is that he's a world-class hypocrite. He's a client, a regular, too. But when he was a member of the House, he voted against us. It's hard to imagine what goes on in their heads. They are so removed from reality, as if they were celebrities or something. She breaks off. The thing about him, however, he's a believer. A hypocrite and a believer. A politician. It's like she's saying that's the definition of a politician. You pull up to Jackie's place. The engine is humming. She watches you closely for a minute or two. You know, you and I, we can tell each other everything. Right, hon? You manage to smile as best you can. Yes, of course. The truth is, she hands you the fare. You drive too slow. It's not the destination that counts, it's the journey. Not when you're going home. Well, good night, honey. She gives you a smile and gets out of the vehicle. You follow her with your eye. Suddenly you feel a shooting pain in your side. A groan escapes you. You catch your breath. Then you're on your way. It was Voldemort. I can sense him nearby. All right, here we go. The very last trip of this game. We are doing it. I think I need one of these before we get into that. Let's see, where's it at? All right, I'm gonna need your services. How are you now, Alex? How are you now?
Come on, do it.
Just do it!
There you go. Nice.
Don't let your dreams be
It
dreams.
worked! Thanks, Nigel. And I'm glad to see that it worked. That's great. Just as it should. You pull up to the sidewalk and wait for the suspect to exit the building. It's a hotel. Not a very nice one. Heavy bars protect the windows, not that they need to. Doesn't look like they open. Nice. You must have come here after the fire. How many other survivors have been living and sleeping here for months on end? The back door opens and your passenger sits down.
St. Louis Hospital, please.
You've been drinking. The stench of booze settles into your cab. You nod and start driving. You ride along and your passenger doesn't look at you. He seems preoccupied, distracted by something outside. You're pretty sure the suspect doesn't recognize you. He's barely looked at you. You'd love to be able to read his mind, to understand how he got to this point. How he can kill so methodically, in cold blood. He looks like a nice grandfatherly type. What if he's not the guy? Thus it will make you pay. You almost jump at the sound of his voice.
Change of plans. I need to go to 122 Rue de la Boette.
You raise an eyebrow. Not in agreement. Understood. Are you sure? I feel like saying "Are you sure" is gonna make him real suspicious, dude. I'm just gonna say understood. At the next intersection, you change directions and drive away from the meeting point with the police. How can you fix this? Maybe you can drop your passenger off, then call Busted to explain? He might try to escape. What's he going to do at Rue de la Bowtie? It looks like it says Bowtie. It's a posh neighborhood with a theater, shops, office buildings. You clench your gut. There's something else in Rue de la Bowtie. Aren't the Groupe de Mont's headquarters somewhere nearby? The Groupe de Mont, the company who was responsible for the fire. There's no way that's a coincidence. Not a chance. You raise an eyebrow to look at the rearview mirror and cross your passenger's gaze.
Everything all right?
His voice is clear, crystal clear. Not the slightest alcoholic slur. Yes, everything is fine. You sober up fast. It's cold out tonight. I'm gonna say it's cold out tonight.
It's winter. It's par for the course.
His voice is different. His words, his way of speaking, something has changed. You almost reached your destination. You tense up.
I'm quite bothered. I'm worried about you, my friend.
You freeze.
You haven't slept much this week.
You don't dare turn around.
And I think you've gotten a little too involved in this investigation. Why don't we make a deal? You tell me what you know and what they're planning tonight, and I'll let you live.
Out comes a weapon. You don't know where it came from, and now it's pointed right at you. Yeah, Bolin, hey, what's up, dude? Good to see you, bud. And yes, there are subs again, and channel points as well, so feel free to hit that up anytime you want, buddy-o. Just 1 second. You just got here just in time, dude. Just in time. Because we are actually at the climax of the very last part of this game. So definitely a good time to come hang out, man. Oh, and there's his 7th month, Bolin. So good to have you, bud. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that sub, and honestly, all the subs that we've got tonight. I think Casella and Lemur also subbed, and so I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. I'm happy to have these tools back up. You know, it sucks with the whole Glimmers thing, but maybe one day we can go back to that. Yeah, hype. There you go. Oh, does that mean was that like was that one that was built in? I don't know if my emotes came back. I kind of doubted it. Oh my gosh, they did. That's cool. I just assumed I was gonna have to reset all that stuff. And it looks like we still have the same amount of emotes, so hopefully my sub points are the same. Yeah, there it is, Bolin. There it is. All right. But how are you, Bolin? Work been good and everything? Good to see you, bud. Sorry if I don't respond back right away since we're in a heavy moment. Might get a little deep, you know what I mean? All right, so out comes a weapon. You don't know where it came from, but now it's pointed right at you.
One sign, one move, and you disappear. Understood?
You nod very slowly.
Who do you work for?
Oh, the cops. I don't know what you're talking about. The Group Dumont. Oh man, if I say the Group Dumont, he's just gonna kill me, right? Wouldn't he kill me? Maybe I should just tell him the cops. I mean, you gotta give him something, right? Work's been super busy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, I mean, maybe if it's in a good way. I hope so. Oh, nice. You got to keep your first tag for your sub too. That's awesome. He shakes his head in disappointment.
That's what I thought. Why you?
As he says that, he freezes.
You're the cab driver I shot, aren't you?
You turn to nod. You come to the address he gave you.
I'm sorry. You surprised me. I panicked. I didn't mean to. What do they want from me? The cops. I suppose all that call from the hospital in the middle of the night was a trap?
His voice seems so soft. You sense you have to play the honesty card with him. Be straight. They want to arrest you. They want to talk to you. They want a confession. Want to arrest you. I mean, arrest you and a confession is almost the same thing. Talk to you sounds like a lie. This one has a smiley face next to it, so I'll say they want a confession. We'll try that.
Confession?
The car is bugged. He grins.
Why are you telling me all this? I could kill you.
You're not a murderer. I'm not afraid to die. I'm gonna say you're not a murderer.
Not a murderer?
You kill for very specific reasons. I've done nothing to hurt you. He pauses, washes you, with a smirk on his face.
You are strange.
I'm realistic. You sense his body suddenly relax.
Very well.
Very well. You're going to turn yourself in? Start driving? gonna say you can turn yourself in. I'll ask him. Clarify that.
Yes, of course.
You start driving. Bussett must wonder what you're doing. A drop of sweat drips down your spine.
Listen very carefully to what I'm going to say. I have no regrets. Not one. Not for any of my victims. Each and every one deserved to die. They lied. They turned a blind eye. They caused the death of more than 80 people. And for what? For money.
I know some had no choice. I'll say I know.
Good. You get it.
He adjusts his posture. A mere detail, perhaps, but you notice it. His weapon is still right there, though. When he starts speaking again, his voice is slower, like he suddenly got 10 years older.
I broke into your place, you know. I saw your wall, your files. There were two possibilities. Either you worked for the cops or for the Groupe du Monde. But I figured the Groupe du Monde would afford to hire a private detective. And I saw you sticking your nose to things left and right. Each time I moved forward, there you were, sniffing around. I needed to know more about you.
He freezes, shaking.
You must think I'm a little nuts, right?
He doesn't wait for a reply.
I started killing because no one was doing anything. A journalist sold out to Dumont. The city hall woman, rotten to the core. That son of a bitch arsonist. I'm sure he's the one who set the fire of the Albatross. Even the old guy, he was just a stockholder like any other, willing to do whatever it takes to make a few thousand more.
His voice becomes screechy.
And let me ask you, what was it to him? He was already a millionaire. My life doesn't change when I find a penny in the gutter, does it?
He remained discreet. He was rolling in it for sure. He didn't manage his own money. Remain discreet. I mean, he was rolling in it for sure, right? I'm sure he was a rich dude, right?
He deserved to die.
You nod. This is no moment to disagree.
I was a soldier, you know. Yes, you probably know that already, though. You checked up on me. Indochina. I was barely 20. They gave me a rifle and some bullets. They pointed to 3 guys in a field and said, "Those are your enemies. You have to kill them." So I killed them.
He pauses. He watches a woman walking by outside. She's completely unaware.
When I understood they were, when I just discovered what we were fighting for, it was too late. And when I came back to France, I was treated like shit. No one gave a damn about us.
He gags on his own words.
What happens if I run right now?
They'll arrest me instead. They'll hunt you down. I'll be in deep shit. I'll say they'll arrest me instead, because that's the truth, plus it's gonna take me in.
Is that why you're helping them?
Yeah.
You must have done something shady. You done time?
I'll tell them the truth, I guess. 'Cause, I mean, the cops would know it all anyways. Bussett knew it all. Tell the truth. Yeah.
Something major, I suppose?
He shrugs.
Seemed like a good guy. Couldn't care less about what you did.
He sits in thought for a while, his gun shaking.
It would bother the hell out of me if you went to jail for me. Really.
You're not far now. Next street on the right. The old man clears his throat.
I, Alexander Leclerc, confess to the murder of Jean Breton, Sandrine Roland, Michaela Blanc, and Henry du Latieu. I worked alone. No accomplices, no outside help. I gave them an anesthetic. I used an anaconda. They're in China. Fuck. While they were suffocating, I talked to them. I went through the list of all the horrible and cruel acts that contributed to the Albatross fire. That was my motive. Seek revenge for the death of my grandson and the dozens of other victims. Nothing personal, just justice.
He pauses, sniffles, and leans over to you.
You think that'll do it?
You nod. You see in the rearview mirror that the weapon has disappeared.
Good. Now, I have one last thing to ask you. My daughter.
His voice fades out just as you turn into the alleyway. The headlights from the police cars flood your cab with bright light. Another car comes to block you in. A voice on a megaphone asks you to get out of the taxi. You turn to your passenger. He's not moving anymore. Nice mess, huh? The lieutenant managed to fit twice as much cynicism as usual into her voice. Cops have only just let you back into your taxi. They don't know if they're going to be able to save him yet. The dose he gave himself was fit for a horse. So he tried to kill himself with the same thing. Earlier, when you were talking to Alexander, he gave himself a shot. It doesn't look good. He committed suicide in your back seat. A real nice mess. I run into some crazy criminals on the job, but he's among the top 3. We catch up with chat a little bit here. Nice, yeah. Lemurs, welcome a bone back in. Oh man, work every day has been 11 to 12 hours? Dude, that sounds rough, man. Gonna have to have like a vacation or something soon, dude, with all that time. Shit, man. He thought he was doing the right thing. Yes, I can see that. He's convinced he's a hero. He's incapable of understanding the seriousness of his crimes. He thinks he's Robin Hood. She flashes a clear and honest smile. Anyway, you did good work on this case. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, I got a full confession. It's the best thing you could ask for. Take off half of November and all of December. Hell yeah, dude. That's gonna be awesome. Gonna be a lot of shiny hunting during that time, Bo, huh? Impressed, even. Listen, you're no longer needed here. We got the tape. We have your statement. And if he decides to wake up, we'll get his. Cop flicks away an imaginary ball of fuzz on her leg. She throws the fuzz somewhere in your taxi. Actually, if you could kindly get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Don't leave the country, obviously. I need you to be available if I have questions. But I no longer consider you a suspect. You're free to go. She puts her hand on the door. And what's the magic word? Go fuck yourself. She snickers before getting out of the car. You remain completely still, consumed with anger and exhaustion. The cop waves for you to back up. You start the taxi and pull out of the alleyway. The flashing lights, the cops, it all quickly vanishes. You speed through Paris. Not a soul on the road. A thought crosses your mind, almost against your will. You hope Alexander will survive. You start driving west, far from Paris, far from everything. Nice. The final time we're watching the credits, guys. That's it. That is last call for Night Call. We have completed all 3 of the, I guess, this fully scripted stories. And yeah, I think we've got most, if not all, of what this game has to offer. Probably just most. Probably not all. Oh yeah, absolutely. Right, second that. He does deserve it. 100%. All right, so we'll wait through this, see if there's anything at the end. I don't remember if it ends with anything, but I think maybe there was something else that happens, like what the main character does after he drives away. So we'll see if we can wait for that. This is a cool game. So I guess while we have this time here, we'll look at next week's game. I believe it's going to be Eastshade, if I'm not mistaken. And look at the poll here. Oh, come on, Discord. Why is it taking forever to load it? There she goes. So yeah, it looks like we just got a few votes on there, but Eastshade is definitely the winner, so we'll be playing Eastshade next week, which is pretty cool. It's a game that looks like it's largely about painting. It's been a while since I watched the trailer. though I don't exactly remember. But yeah, definitely some painting involved and stuff, and it should be more of a visual storytelling thing. I don't know there'll be much voice acting in that one, but I guess I could use a break. Next fetch here, Bowling Man. I love those channel point items. I love how easy they are for you guys to use. I think that's the key thing. Am I right? You guys agree with that? It just seems like that's why channel points rule. You know what I mean? It's like the loot, stream loots is cool, and I really like it. I'm trying to work that into the system more. But man, channel points are just so easy, dude. You know, they're just there and they're easy. I think Glimish definitely needs to get up on that. You know what I mean? Get something like that. Because for streams like mine, I really like that interaction, dude. So yeah, absolutely. All right, I knew there was gonna be something else. So here it is. The sun is about to come up. You drove all night long with your window open and the radio tuned to that phantom frequency. The electric static kept you awake. You're so tired, your chest is tight and your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. Well, you went on about 20 kilometers back, somewhere in Normandy. Pull over onto the shoulder and you get out. There's almost no traffic. Step over the guardrail as your eyes adjust to the colorful break of dawn. The sun will soon rise over the horizon. You get your phone out and dial a number. It doesn't ring. Direct to voicemail. The voice asks you to leave a message after the beep. Hey, I wanted to... You catch your breath. When Aid told me she'd held on to your phone just to hear the sound of your voice, I thought it was stupid. But now, the sun is slowly rising, and its colors are flooding the landscape. Bare underbrush, a tiny village lost in fog off in the distance, a hilltop sparkling with dew. The view seems alien to you. I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to redeem myself. Thanks. That word disgusts you, but it's too late. Thanks to you, I did something important. I think. Who knows? Silence. Your head is spinning. You haven't spoken to your brother in years. Well, in a manner of speaking, you grin. Kids are good, Age is good, I'm good. Hang up. Don't say I'm good. I think I've said 8 is good one time and your kids are good. I'm gonna try I'm good this time. I guess so. It's strange to hear your voice, but it feels good too. You pause. Truck flies by, just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I thought I'd be able to get some decent sleep. Close my eyes and sleep. Really sleep. Finally. But sleeping, it's just a break. It doesn't put an end to it. It all starts up again as soon as a voice cuts you off.
You have reached the maximum time limit. Please.
You hang up. Your phone feels heavy in your hand. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you, leading to a small footpath into the woods. Behind you is the highway leading to the sea. Back in the car, disappear. I think I always get back in the car, but since this is the last time we're gonna play, disappear. You start walking. With quick hands, you almost mechanically, you toss your phone to the left, your car keys to the right. With each step you take, you feel freer, lighter. Just a few more steps and you'll disappear into the woods. The trees slowly part, like they're letting you through. There's got to be something for you out there. Night call. There we go. And that was that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that brings us to the end of the stream. Any comments about the game? I really enjoyed it. I thought it was cool. That ending wasn't as intense as the Jesus Freak lady. I'll say that. The last one, she was very crazy, and she had a knife, and it kept like flashing to like her smile. She kept doing this like weird grin, and it would like zoom in on it. So I think that my favorite killer out of the 3 was the second one for sure. The Angel of Death, I think is what they called her. But that one was cool. Definitely like some back and forth. I think I just kind of like played it just right. I got like a full confession at him, which is great. So that's cool. Yeah, overall, I'd say it's definitely a good game. One thing, I guess one other critique I thought of after my last critique would be that it would be cool because at one point the game tells you that it's not who has the most evidence against them, it's who has the most compelling evidence against them. And every single time, it was both. The person with the most evidence had the most compelling every time. And so it's like it was never true that it was just the most compelling, but not the most. So I will say that if they could actually get one of the stories in there where you have the least amount of information, but it's just really compelling, and just give somebody a bunch of clues that aren't that compelling, and just kind of make you have to weigh like that, those two options, you know what I mean? But I think that, and then what I was saying earlier was when they repeat stuff, I would rather them just kind of like mix it up a little bit, you know, just reword some things and make it feel a little bit different, because there's sometimes in the game where it repeats the exact same sequence of like dialogue before it starts like this new chunk, and so that would be cool if they did that. But yeah, anyways, let me flip on over to the ending screen here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Man, we got so many viewers here at the end of the night. I really appreciate you guys being here. Should we check and see if we got any friends online? You guys wanna raid anybody? Who we got? It doesn't look like any of our friends are on. No, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out, Ian. I really appreciate you enjoying it with me. Yeah, and for the rest of the week, I can go over the schedule here. So for tomorrow, we're going to have Wild Wednesday, as I'm calling it right now, because we're doing Outer Wilds. And so that'll be our second playthrough of that. Man, that game's been great. I've been thinking about it a lot, honestly, in my free time. So I'm pretty excited to get back to that game. So I think that'll be cool. And then on Thursday, we got more Cowboy Game, or Red Dead Redemption 2. Got a lot of good stuff there. If you guys ever want like a catch up on what's going on in the story, always just feel free to ask. And then it'll be Nier Automata on Friday, which I've been having a really good time with. So that is the rest of the week. Man, we're like getting, it almost feels like it's the end of Tuesday, but it feels like we're getting through the week pretty quick. So that's cool. Anyway, so yeah, I hope to see you guys tomorrow for some Outer Wilds, and you guys have a good night, and we'll see you later. Thanks again to everybody who is subbed today. First day we got subs back, so thank you very much to everyone who has chosen to support. Oh, Night Wolfie, is that a sad face? Oh, there we go. That's what you meant to do. The hard eyes. The opposite of a sad face. Oops. All right, guys. I will catch you guys later. See you tomorrow for some Outer Wilds. Have a good night. Stay safe.